Good shoot. Oh, come on. Get in there, bitch. Oh, fuck up. There we go. Alrighty. Put it right there for now. Damn, that shit pretty good. Alright, let's get the bowl loaded up and all that fun shit. And get the day going. Damn. Well, that was a good fucking hit. Oh, is there actually caffeine in here? This is vegan, apparently. Vegan soda, oh my goodness. Isn't that kind of redundant, though? Isn't all soda technically vegan? See that, y'all. Ooh. No. What did that little bastard do this time? Squishing around there. Came out on Twitter and said it's really so complete until F number. Let's just ride over, settle Negev, Galilee, Golan, and West Bank. So I guess nothing really exactly too different from what he's been doing, I guess. It's like, oh yes, this is our, like, holy land, and we're gonna establish a greater, it's just same Zionistic bullshit that I'm, expect, I guess, out of his fucking government. So basically just being your typical shitbag. A lot of sailors are literally from New York. And aren't, like, a lot of them, didn't they come from, like, Europe anyway and shit? Because from what I understand, like, Israel, at least as it was established, was basically just, like, a safe haven for the Jews that fled, from Europe and shit, from the Nazis, basically. And just, like, because it was already kind of considered, like, their holy land already as it is, so they're just like, we'll just settle here and hide here. Russian Empire, German Empire, yeah. And yet they want to talk about, like, how dare these people be on our land and shit, and yet they keep invading other people's land. I mean, it's just like, I don't even give a fuck if they want to live there, but, like, Jesus Christ, you can at least have, like, a sense of, to, like, peace, with the people that already fucking live there, you know what I mean? This island is since the late 1800s. I mean, I'm sure it goes farther back, yeah. I'm sure it even goes farther back than the 1800s, frankly. Like, I mean, honestly, like, yeah, I'm sure, honestly, there's a lot of historical precedent, that goes back, with that. Like I said, even farther. So, I mean, ain't really nothing, like, exactly too new. It's just how they couch it. Basically, like, same shit, different day type of thing, where it's like, to justify, like, subjugation and control and oppression of, the people that have already lived there as an excuse to, just, like, basically take control of the entire area and, whether it's the resources, just the general territory or whatever, for whatever really reason. But especially pretty common for, like, the, at least religiously, this is just our holy land, so we deserve to be here. Which historically, could probably be based off of, like, the fact that the land probably was, like, a very fertile, good, prosperous place, to be in, hence, the, like, affinity towards it. I definitely like travel to Israel. Sure. I mean, I wouldn't mind going there, at least to check out some cool, old historical sites and shit. I just want to go there right now. I'm not going to go to Israel anytime soon. If, like, their government changes and, they decide to act, kind of, like, act better or not, treat Palestinians like total pieces of shit, then, I'd probably have a change of mind. But, yeah, I will never go to Israel concurrently. Heater. I was going to Cuba for a Latin America Studies program before Trump shut Cuba travel down. I mean, I don't even like necessarily consider Cuba on the same level as North Korea or Saudi Arabia or anything like that. Like, sure, they authoritarian, like, yeah. I mean, but honestly, I wouldn't necessarily say they're like North Korean levels of authoritarian. And if anything, lately they've been loosening up some of their authoritarianistic policies. Mainly because, at least before Trump, Obama, at least near the end of his tenure, was kind of loosening up some of America's relations with Cuba. I don't know if Biden's, like, continued to go with that or not, but, I mean, I doubt it. I haven't heard anything about it. Like, if you're gonna stand on a street corner and protest Cuban government and go in jail. Well, I mean, there were those mass protests that happened in Cuba not too long ago. I've like a year ago, probably at this point. I mean, it's like, that's not like 100% true, but yeah, if you're just like going in there lone wolf, like, yeah, or like a small group, but if you get enough people together and protest a thing, I mean, you can't exactly just arrest like hundreds of people. Yeah, well, the whole idea is like, you know, with enough people, you can't arrest us all. Like, that's the whole idea. Obviously, you know, again, you know, it's just like, you know, it doesn't, you know, I'm not agreeing with the idea that they should go arrest protesters. They absolutely should not. If it's wrong when America does it, it's wrong when Cuba does it in my book. Well, of course, yeah. Like, I don't, you know, if you're gonna have a protest, you shouldn't be immediately fucking rounded up and arrested. Like, even if things get a little rabble-rousey, I don't even think that. It's like, oh, someone decided, you know, get like, you know, fucking, you know, like trash can that was on this, you know, sidewalk or something, you know, and like rip it out and fucking make it a fire barrel. Oh no, whoop-de-doo. Oh no, a bank guy's, you know, fucking glass smashed in. Oh no, you know, it's like, yeah, sure, maybe have a, you know, a couple people be out there and be like, all right, let's just make sure things aren't getting too fucking crazy. But if there's like a little rabble-rousiness, even then, I don't even really think, you know, you need to be sicking up a bunch of fucking cops and shit like that. I'll try to be so funny if I don't like government. I mean, even if, like, I don't have the money to do so anyway, but even if I did, I would not go there. I don't want to, like, you know, look around and see a bunch of fucking jackbooted fucking SS-looking thugs, you know, wandering around, you know, impressing people and shit. I already get to see enough of that here at home. This Zevia Cola stuff is actually kind of pretty good. We're basically just having carbonated water, stevia, leaf, tartaric acid, natural flavors, and caffeine, and citric acid. It's actually pretty good. It doesn't even have coloring in it or anything. No rest chords. Why shouldn't travel there? I mean, I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying I wouldn't. I mean, obviously people got their choice to travel wherever the fuck they want. I mean, I'm supportive of the idea. I just got my own reasonings, you know, about where I would or wouldn't go. I mean, likewise, I wouldn't necessarily visit China right now either if I had an opportunity. If someone literally is like, hey, I have a spare ticket to go to China for a week, you want to join? I'd be like, nah. I think I'll pass. You know, like, at least, you know, as it stands right now. Obviously, you know, these, you know, positions are those things where are subject to change, but, you know, at least as it currently stands, it's like, eh. I mean, honestly, like, I can see myself going to, you know, certain places that probably would be, you know, at least depending on where you go, a little sketchy, like Mexico or like any different, like, Latin American countries like Colombia or shit like that. But honestly, like, I'd totally fucking go to those places, at least. Because I know at least in Mexico, just depending on where you're at, you're actually going to be relatively fine. You know, outside of maybe somebody trying to, like, you know, scam you into something, but there's always an off chance you're going to get that anywhere you go. You know, so that's not even really, like, you know, some specific thing. You know, but certain areas are, yeah, kind of cartel opt or, like, corrupted by, you know, the cartels and shit. So it's like, you probably want to, you know, avoid certain places. But at least for the most part, probably going to be okay. At least for like places like Colombia, like I honestly would totally like go there. From what I understand, at least Colombia nowadays, like, well, yeah, it still has its issues. It's actually relatively more chill now. Instead of like back in like the 90s and the early 2000s, you know, nowadays chilled out a lot more. So I totally fucking go to Colombia. Brazil now that it got Lula, like I totally go to Brazil. Before I'd be like fuck Brazil, but now I'm just like, oh dude, fuck yeah. Are safe, but they're cartel owned and operated. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, it basically all in all, just like, you know, stick to places that are just safe. You know, don't go into areas where, you know, tourists need not welcome, so to speak, because, you know, you might get kidnapped or jumped or mugged or what the fuck, you know, who knows. What's up, bro? He's streaming again. Nice. But yeah. Well, what's up? Not too much. Just taking it easy, honestly. And what's up, Rip City? I definitely wouldn't want to travel to Israel. They would be the opposite of fun for me. Plus, it would be really picky about who they let in, so I doubt I may see how often I criticize. Yeah, dude, especially considering how I criticize Israel, they wouldn't even accept me anyway. So, that's why I wouldn't even want to bother with trying to go there in the first place anyway, because I know they're not going to let me in. And besides, you know, until their government changes, I don't want to be there. So, you know, as far as I'm concerned, good. Don't want me, don't want you. I mean, just considering, like, you know, other countries like Hungary, for example. Well, I guess there isn't really anything ostensibly wrong with Hungary. Like, I want to go there personally because of how far right the government is. Same thing with Italy. They kind of have, like, you know, proto-fascists there now. A granddaughter of Mussolini, you know, a descendant of Mussolini, quite literally, and praises them and is a part of a party that was basically just like a crypto version of the banned fascist party that after World War II. So it's like, oh, that's just neat. So, yeah, just, you know, all these, you know, fun little things. You know, so honestly, there's just like, you know, certain countries that, at least for me personally, I just would not want to visit. That doesn't mean I wouldn't want to go there, you know, or anything. You know, there's, you know, for me personally, I would like to check out Italy or Hungary or, you know, hell, even Israel to an extent. But as it currently stands, nah, I'm not about that. I mean, even if I'd even like to visit Iran, which is even more fascist than Israel, and I have a death sentence on my head there 3 times over. Yeah, I mean, see, you know, for me, I would just, like, not fucking, you know, like, I would probably have a little bit more legal protections because I'm an American citizen, but you don't, like, unfortunately. And that's, yeah. I mean, honestly, even for me, I probably don't, because my brother, like, his father's Iranian and lives there. So, actually, I don't. Like, they would, you know, considering that if they knew, you know, my family connection and shit, they'd probably be like, hey, you know, it's like, what are you doing over here? You're trying to see this guy? You doing this, that? What the fuck's that? You know, they would probably at least hold me for questioning and shit. They probably wouldn't, like, you know, fuck with me that hard, but they would question me pretty good if they knew that. So, yeah, honestly, even, yeah, no. I mean, shit, even my brother, like, he exceptionally, you know, couldn't not go there. Like, I mean, and honestly, I know at some point before in the past, he's thought about it just to try to see maybe he could link with his father, and even my mom was like, no, do not do that. Like, even she was like, do not do that at all. Like, if you ever decided to connect with him, do that on the line. Do not do that, you know, in person or try to meet with him. That's fucking, like, nightmare fuel, mainly for him. And for, well, even for my bro, too, because his life could be at jeopardy, even. Because, you know, she Islamist, theocratic, fascist state got somebody who, you know, at least, you know, when the, like Islamists took over and shit, like, had to go back after her studies and shit, after having a kid out of wedlock. It's like, that's fucking some freaky shit. Because that shit is a death sentence, you know, and, like, if it's, yeah, so, and I'm keeping it as vague as fucking possible, because I actually do know some stuff about the dude, but I'm not gonna say anything just for his own fucking sake. from like Carolyn Rollins on travel. Yeah. I was hella hungover today. We were out drinking till like 4 a.m. Jesus. You know, part of me glad I was kind of working because, you know, with me today having to work, I don't know if I'd be able to fucking like hang with that. Ugh. Like, cause, man, I still need my goddamn phone stand back though. Cause he still has that shit. You know, honestly, I'm kind of thinking, what a country actually that's pretty conservative that I'd also visit. You know, also, you know, I actually probably visit fucking South Korea. Despite it, what the hell? Despite it being pretty conservative as fuck for, you know, at least socially for a country, I mean, I wouldn't mind fucking going there personally. At least for like a week or something to, you know, check out some museums and check out some of the world country and stuff like that. Check out some of the countryside of Korea. Some military museums and things. Maybe, you know, see your DMZ zone. What are you pawing out your food bowl for? There's food in there. Oh, you don't got water. I see what's going on over here. You little baby. Oh, look at you. He's so cute. You're starting to kind of bulk up a little bit there, buddy. Started getting like a little chest. Little bulky beefy chest boy. Yes. Yes, you is. Sweet little thing. Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, I'd like to definitely visit Brazil, especially considering now that Lula's part of administration now, or part of government. I definitely would not have wanted to be there with Bolsonaro in charge, but since he's not, you know, Brazil's definitely like a big open, you know, option for me to want to travel to now, if I get a chance. Sao Paulo, Rio de Janeiro. I mean, pretty cool to check out some of those places. Get some tunes up. So honestly, if like, you know, like I said, you know, from earlier, if China was, you know, to have some like reformations and, you know, change up a little bit, I'd probably like to visit there. But as it stands now, I wouldn't want to go there. I don't need them somehow collecting like my entire life database just on the virtue of just being there, because they already can have the possibility of doing that as it is of me being over here, you know. So I was like, I don't need them to have more of that possibility, and plus of just their authoritarians and shit. I mean, because, like, if I wanted to see, basically, like, the hyper-capitalistic dystopia, I mean, I'm already living in it. I don't have to go to China to see it, you know? It's like, eh. Just meh. Let's do this on tube here. Hey! Come on, bro. Dude, seriously? Seriously right now, bro? Oh, really? Can we not right now? Can you like, not? You fucking little bastard. Like, can you just, like, not do that in this concurrent moment in time? It's not exactly, like, cool. Little prick. It's just a little goof. He is a little goofball, though. Yes, you is. You're just a little goofball. Yes, you are, you little sweet boy. Yes, you're a sweet boy. Yes, you is. Little booty squeech. Goofy little doggo. Look at you. Aww. Stop being adorable. This dog's ridiculous. This dog needs to stop being too cute for its own good. This dog truly is too cute for its own good. Here. Little bub. Oh, looks like a human support put up some vids for tonight. Cool. Gypsy's attempt to dunk on Maxwell Frost. Good fit backfires. Ooh. Sounds interesting. Isn't that the dude who basically is just like, hey, I'm just got elected. I'm like one of the first Zoomers, and oh, I literally cannot get in a fucking apartment, so I'm like kind of couch surfing. Isn't he that guy, like the couch surfing Congress guy? Because he can't get a salary yet, because he has to wait until February, and because of that, yeah, basically is unable to actually like get an apartment yet, and because he doesn't exactly have great credit, he can't just like get one, just over there. So he's stuck in like a weird little predicament. Like, if it's the same dude I'm thinking about, then, oh, gee, Willikers. Oh, boy. It's like these damn Zoomers and Millennials. How dare they bitch and whine with their entitledness of wanting to just, like, have ease of access of trying to have a home. Buying on Craigslist, buying a car on credit is generally an awful idea. Cars are super scummy. No, I mean like, wait, what? Huh? No, I mean like this, the Congress guy that just got elected. There's like some Zoomer Congress dude who, I'm pretty sure it's Maxwell Fry. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I'm assuming it's the same dude. I mean, I'm about to get into the video anyway after the song, but like there's like, a young Congress guy, but, because he doesn't exactly have good credit or, an income to actually get an apartment in DC, he, is basically couch surfing. That's essentially what he's doing. So that's, and like basically, until February when he starts getting his salary for being in Congress and shit. Must have missed it. I thought you were talking about someone buying a car on credit. No. Well, I mean, I think that's what my roommate did. Which, yeah, honestly, they are pretty scummy. That's why, honestly, I go with your logic. I'd rather just, buy a little beater on Craigslist or something. Because even if I have to work on it and shit, at least I, have a better, understanding of what those issues may be. And also, parts are more likely than not going to be easily accessible anyway. And, at least I know it's going to drive around and shit. And I don't have to worry about, like, the weird scummy bullshit of a car lot dealership. So, I mean, honestly, there's, there's pros and cons, but I think, the pros outweigh the cons, in my opinion. Maybe not for everybody, but at least for me. But at least when it comes to, like, getting an apartment or couch surfing or anything like that, well, I mean, shit, I mean, maybe the dude could buy something on Craigslist and just, like, get a van, you know what I mean, and just, like, fucking live in that, convert it. Be, like, the first, congressperson, to fucking, basically, be, so just living in a van. Lula isn't even left wing. It's just kind of like Bernie Sanders. Well, Sanders is left wing though. I mean, he's not like some like, you know, hyper trade unionist socialist like, you know, type or some shit, but he's, you know, like a progressive, you know, sock down left type. I mean, at least when it comes to politics, that you know, is about as best, you know, as, you know, left is going to get when it comes to established politics. You know, when it comes to, you know, when it comes to, you know, someone who could be a president or something. Even if maybe down hard hearts, that's what they believe. Isn't that left wing? Well, I mean, I'd still say he is. I mean, just the best of, you know, the circumstances. I mean, he's still pro-working class and still, you know, progressive. But, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, obviously, he's not going to be, like, some massive, huge, like, major socialist type. And honestly, I mean, that's not even really that big of a deal. And I think pragmatism can have its value. Can. Like the whole pragmatic incrementalism and stuff, it can have, you know, merit if it actually is, you know, shifting, you know, the boat and actually, you know, shifting things, you know, to a direction that actually is better. But if it's just maintaining status quo, then yeah, that's just a bunch of garbage and horse shit and should not be fucking endorsed or continued to be supported, so. Here's the cinemas. Oh my god. I don't want to, like, puke out my drink, sir. God, that's just making me want to delve into, like, a serious, deep, depressive alcoholism. Just knowing that information now. Makes me want to commit self-die. Dude, I hate that bitch so fucking much. I am so sick of her. Makes me feel embarrassed to think about it. Nah, well, I guess a little bit because, like, I mean, well, I mean, I kind of want to have my own, to be fair, but, like, I mean, there is an element of it does kind of get oversaturated and shit, and, like, pretty much it does feel like everyone and their mother has one, you know? I actually kind of do get it. I mean, though, I'm not against the concept or the idea. I actually like it. I think it's kind of cool, but yeah, it's like, I mean, it's pretty much like the whole, like, everyone and their mother, you know, has one and shit, and, you know, and, you know, type of thing, and everyone's like, oh, I want to do a podcast. And it's like, you know, it's like it gets oversaturated. I mean, I suppose for me, that's why I kind of primarily would rather do streams and, like, video essay type of things, you know, eventually. And maybe, I guess, you know, have, like, a little, like, podcast that's maybe, you know, in a sense, kind of like a, like, informal, informational thing. You know, like, you know, talk about, like, history, you know, like, the history about specific, like, strikes or, you know, like, different civil rights issues or things like that. I don't know. I mean, it's just, like, you know, maybe have it as, like, a side thing, but, you know, if anything, I just use that, you know, to be put into, like, video essays or some shit. I mean, if anything, it seems kind of like streaming is all, you know, kind of, you know, kind of taking over, you know, podcasting to a degree. But at the same time, there's a lot of podcasts that are also live as well. I mean, like Deep Fat Fried. I mean, they're technically a podcast, but they also do it live and stream it, you know, so, I mean, in a way, sometimes they kind of overlap, too. I feel like those ones are at least, I guess, tolerable, or at least, better about it, because, they're adapting and at least, changing up the format instead of just like, we're going to record this thing and upload it, or not even record it, visuals, just have audio and that's it, and just have like a picture or some shit. Like what Sam Hare says, like he basically just has like some picture that's essentially just a thumbnail, and it's like, alright, so on this podcast, we're going to get into the objective morality of the consciousness, or whatever the fuck he, is rambling off about. It's just like, it's like, yeah, a little cringy. So like, gotta have to like adapt to the flow a little bit of things. I mean, to be fair, this is coming from a dude that's like, a very small, obscure streaming dude on a phone, but whatever, I can at least observe, what others, are, like do and shit, and see what works. Not really a fan of podcasts. Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's kind of like a cool concept and stuff, all in all. I mean, for me, I don't really dog on the idea, but like, for me, like, I kind of am really into them as, like, a niche thing for certain, like, topics or certain, like, podcasts or shit. Like, because obviously I follow DFF. I mean, that's, like, pretty much the main one that I really do follow. I guess just, like, if you technically want to call them as well, but I guess, like, the streams that, that either, like, Mom or Vosh, or... I mean, if the human support would do them on YouTube and Twitch, I mean, I'd watch his too. Well, I guess he technically does them now, because he and, like, I think David Dole and a few other people have started, like, a streaming, podcast called The Leftist Mafia, or whatever the fuck. I don't really vibe with the name myself personally, but whatever. I've checked out some of their episodes, and I actually like the show, but... the name doesn't really stick with me personally. It would be better if they just called it the Leftist Mob, or some shit, or the Leftist Mobsters. I feel like that would have been better. Because then he could have been like, we're the Leftist Mob. We're the left mob the conservatives want you to fear about. It would have fit a little better, I feel like. But Leftist Mafia, it kind of feels like off tempo in a sense. Ooh. Whoa, that made me go on a fucking cloud. Whoa. Damn. I've heard about the client core the GOP House is already turning into a little bit. I mean, from my understanding, basically they're just like kind of like collapsing into this weird ass like on the public surface, still kind of like praising Trump, on the background privately or kind of fucking on him now at this point, and or essentially are just like, oh yeah, we're basically going to try to like do this weird tightrope of trying to back Trump and DeSantis. They're about to vote for speaker tomorrow, and neither of you candidates have the votes. Oh my fucking god. Okay, I've not heard about this. Oh my god. Well, I guess that kind of is a part of it then, isn't it? Oh my god. Wow. What the fuck are you doing over there? Some speculation that the Freedom Caucus is going to nominate Trump for House Speaker after McCarthy is rejected. Oh my god, dude! Is it bad? I want that. Is it bad that I kind of want to see the results of what would happen as a result of that? Like, is it? Because, I mean, you know what? Like, because I kind of want to see that. I kind of fucking want to see that. Low-key, though, like, oh my god. Imagine the shit show that would happen. Just from the GOP alone, and from, like, everybody. Oh my god. Holy shit. I mean, honestly, yeah, like, for real, though. Is it, like, bad that I kind of want to see that happen? Technically, it would be a good thing. Okay, so, you know what? I did not want to see it happen. Speaker isn't just a figurehead. Trump would have no fucking clue how to run the House. So, I mean, but that would kind of, like, stall the House and shit when it comes... Well, you know what? Considering that it is kind of silent, that's, like, the only thing the Republicans have a majority. And you know what? Yeah. Yes. You know what? Let's do it. Trump's VP. I can't because he would never accept that. I know Trump enough to know he would never do that. That's just gonna do shit anyway. I mean, fair enough. We might as well have an entertaining spectacle while we have, while we have nothing going on. You know what I mean? So, you know what? Yes, it's a good thing. I want Trump House Speaker. Just so we can at least have entertainment with the nothing that's gonna happen with it anyway. So... It's like, do you want the shit sandwich with, just like a regular waiter, or do you want the shit sandwich with a clown car circus, as an entertainment, giving it to you? I mean, obviously, I'm gonna want the fucking entertaining, clown car circus, to fucking give it to me, versus the fucking just like, all right, here you go. Like, yeah, I'm gonna rather have, like, some crazy fucking Circus Soleil shit go on, to give me the shit sandwich, so, Because who knows, they might fuck it up and give me, like, some weird, like, thing that's actually good. And, say, give me a shit sandwich, they actually, like, interlove it with, like, some weird, like, slice of cake or something that's just been sitting out all day. So it's not, like, a good cake. It's kind of stale and kind of a little crusty and shit, but hey, it's cake. Boo-boo. Little boo-boo doggo. GOT. Oh, yeah, here. Here, I want to check this out. Yeah. Here's what I was dancing here.
We're running. You had to do some Uber work, right? You worked as an Uber driver. Yeah. Because you needed to live while you're also running for Congress. What's it going to be like up here? I mean, this is not cheap. Do you have to...
Yeah. I mean, it's not cheap. I'm dealing with it right now, getting denied from apartments, trying to figure out where to live because I have bad credit. Probably just going to have to, like, couch surf for a little bit.
This is the same guy. Maxwell Foss is the same dude, yeah. I'm just gonna give us like... But yeah, okay, so it is the same guy that I thought of earlier.
You just listened to 25-year-old Congressman-elect Maxwell Frost...
Whoa, he's my fucking age? God damn.
Volatile housing situation, members of Congress...
Maxwell Frost. Let me go back. This guy. That guy right there. He's a representative-elect of Florida. A progressive Democrat type. 25, my age, actually. Like, goddamn, dude. Young buck.
Let's listen to 25-year-old Congressman-elect Maxwell Frost explain the volatile housing situation members of Congress find themselves in if they're elected from the working class, and they don't already have wealth. In fact, back in 2018, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez said something similar in an...
What the fuck are you doing, dog?
...interview with the New York Times, telling them the transition period will be very unusual because I can't really take a salary. I have 3 months without...
Oh my god. That was literally yourself. Hey! Dog! That you... Hey! You literally were... you were knocking on the door yourself, you fucking goober. And now you're barking at that? You fucking... Sit down. Just sit your ass down. Sit your ass down. There you go.
before
You're a goof. You're a silly boy.
So unless you come from wealth, your housing situation will be pretty precarious, at least temporarily, until you get your first check. Now, I feel like this is obvious to most people, but the reason why we're talking about this is because the Republican Party tried to use that clip that we just watched to attack Maxwell Frost and make it seem as if he's lying about his current situation.
Of course, because they want to try to make him like some, oh, he's just an entitled zoomer that just wants everything handed out to him. See these entitled fucking generations that just don't give fit. Like, it's just, it's just essentially like a little harpy little fucking attack, dogging on that type of same talking point. I guarantee to you how much you want to bet. Alright, let's see. Florida Democrat Congressman-elect Maxwell Frost, whose salary as a member of Congress is going to be $174K a year, says he's probably just going to have to couch surf a little. Yeah, see what I mean? Yep, knew it. It's not outright, but it's very subtle. It's subtly put in there. It's like, he says he's just going to have to couch surf, even though he makes, $100K, that he isn't getting yet. Like, he's getting that in February. Like, I mean, you can't exactly just, like, just rent an apartment and just, like, pay that shit off if you don't get that, salary yet. You know what I mean? Like, you're still living off of whatever income you have concurrently and shit before that.
Research tweeted out, Florida Democrat Congressman-elect Maxwell Frost, whose salary as a member of Congress will be $174,000 per year, says he's, quote, probably just going to have to, like, couch surf for a little bit. Now, as you're going to find out, this tweet did not go well for them. It was humiliating because not only is it just, on its face, deeply unserious and disingenuous, but Maxwell's response was so good that he ratioed them into oblivion. Their tweet got just over 2,000 likes, but this response by Maxwell Frost got nearly 120,000 likes. And here's what he says here. LOL, so out of touch that they don't understand how renting an apartment works. Let me break this down. I don't get my first paycheck till February, and I don't have a lot of money. When you move into an apartment, you pay first, deposit sometimes last, and for furniture. He adds, so much for that RNC research.
Damn. I mean, for real, though, it's just like, there's a lot of shit that goes into renting out, an apartment, and if you don't exactly have, like, that 100K salary yet to do that, then, how the fuck are you gonna pay for that apartment? Like, you still have at least, like, 2 months, of just, like, well, technically, like, what, really, just, like, November, December, January, 4 months at least, 4 or 5 months, give or take, of limbo and shit, of having to, like, couch surf and figure out what the fuck you're doing in this transitional phase. Like I said, 5 at the max, but at least 4 for sure, of just like, how am I gonna get an apartment out here?
And that's a great follow-up because...
because as soon as you're elected, that doesn't mean like, oh, well, as soon as November, ends and December starts, you get your salary. It's like, no, that's not how it fucking works. I know, it's like, I never knew the true specifics about, like, a salary for a congressman, but even I know that's not how it worked.
Was Google the cost of living in Washington, D.C. to find...
Like, honestly, the main reason why, I can already tell why, they get their first salary in February, it's because they get inaugurated in January, when they start, when their job starts, so that February paycheck is for the start of the, when they get paid for, fucking January. So it's like every salary is for the month prior that they work. That's why it's set like that. So far for that research, dude. Goddamn. I'm a schmuck and I just, knew that just by, Occam's razor, for fuck's sake.
And if you're just a normal person, it's pretty expensive. This is courtesy of Rent.com, but they report that the average cost of rent in DC as of 2023 is $1,962 a month for a studio, $2,443 for a one-bedroom, and $3,239 for a two-bedroom apartment. And again, as Maxwell...
Which doesn't inherently sound that terrible, but that's, like the 100K salaries for like the whole year, and then it's all I think salaries work variably, but at least when it comes to that, it's for like a whole year. So when it's split up for the months and shit, like you're not really having that much money, once you're paying off like 3,000 or like, 1,800 or 2,000 this or whatever the fuck for just like a small base ass little place and shit. Some smaller than this, that I'm living in. It's like, and I imagine a studio apartment's actually probably about maybe just as, or maybe just slightly bigger than the garage I'm living in right now. Well, not living in, but, chilling in here, right? So it's just like, and that's like fucking over, just a little over 1,600. It's like, God fuck damn.
Pointed out, this isn't taken into account the first and sometimes last month of rent, move-in costs. You're going to have to rent a U-Haul,
security deposit,
get all of your belongings to DC, or purchase new belongings, and also credits. Some people just don't.
Rental insurance, all this other shit. Like, there's all sorts of stuff that get into it. It's very expensive.
Bad rental history. So this is something that demonstrates how out of touch the GOP is, but it also demonstrates a broader issue that they have and why they're not appealing to younger people. As Victor Shi pointed out, which was retweeted by Maxwell Frost, the tweet by RNC Research earlier attacking Maxwell Frost is so ignorant and proves exactly why the vast majority of Gen Z isn't voting for them. They have no desire to listen to us, they have no desire to understand our concerns, and they have no desire to make our lives better. And
no shit. Like, honestly, like, this is the main reason why, the Republican Party is kind of like a clown circus in some way, because they're also having a little bit of a desperation to try to get quote-unquote young voters, or at least try to convince young voters of, their ideas and shit, and that ain't working. Because, too many young voters just disagree with what the fuck they want to espouse and shit, and what they want to enforce. And, of course, when you got this same exact type of shit, this enforces that. This is the main reason why. Because they look at someone who's young, and even if, someone who's, apolitical, who might be, my age and shit, this guy's age, my peer, who happens to be in Congress in this case, it's just when someone who's apolitical who happens to be the same age and shit, looks at an entire political group being as dismissive and condescending and smug against, an entire fucking generation, basically. Even to someone say political, they're going to be turned off to that. They're going to be like, this is, fuck them. They, even with me being apolitical, they don't give a shit about me. So even if I decide to vote this election, you know what, I'm going to go for this side because at least they might be in my interest. Whatever. It's like, to someone say political, that's probably what they're going to think a lot more. Because of just small little shit like this. It's like, even if they want to espouse their right-wing bullshit, and all that, they could at least, swing it in a more sympathetic manner where it's like, oh, he complains that, he's making this, he, can't get an apartment and stuff. Maybe we ought to, try to, do some more privatization of apartments and this and that and stop making it, such a socialist boondoggle. They could have swing some bullshit in there. But no, they choose not to do that. They choose to just basically attack generation because, they're just entitled and this and that and lazy and, just want more and the gimme. Instead of at least being a little bit, nuanced with their propaganda, they just rather do a hit piece, basically.
Absolutely correct about that. This last election proved that the GOP is performing poorly with younger generations. But what are they doing to improve that? Are they trying to address our needs, tackle climate change, or even talk about it in a serious manner, address the housing crisis, student debt? No. Everything that they're doing, every action indicates that they want our lives and future to be worse. They are explicitly vindictive and antagonistic towards two generations, so what exactly do they expect? Are they surprised that Zoomers and Millennials don't like them after they've done everything to spit in our faces? They shouldn't be. In fact, an article published in Financial Times discusses how Millennials, unlike their predecessors, are not becoming more conservative as they get older, and this graphic demonstrates that this trend actually holds true in both the United States...
You're actually going to want to see this. Okay, UK is the left and US on the right side. Okay. So millennials, the red one, and the Gen X, silent, and boomer generations are the other, kind of bluish colors. Okay. So UK, Jesus. Hey, shut up, bruh. Hold on. Actually, I know what will shut him up. But anyway, but Jesus, honestly, the millennial one, literally just, it goes, oh, it literally just dives down like a roller coaster track. Here, take that and shut up. And then, but yeah, with like, funny enough, the boomer generation actually literally just like goes, stagnates for a second, and then boop, it goes way up. Gen X actually kind of took a dive and then went up. And the silent generation is literally just on a steady, just consistent glide. At least for the UK. Though at least with the US, it's a little different. Like, it bumps up, for millennials, and then it dives down at a certain point. And then, Gen X is, like, it kind of goes up, it stagnates, and then it looks like it's kind of on a steady little upswing, from the looks of it. And then, the boomer silent generations are basically just kind of both on a steady incline, on their own. Though, weirdly enough, boomers in America seem, at least from this rate, less conservative than the British boomers. But also, the silent generation in the UK is a little less conservative than the silent generation in the US, at least given the numbers here. At least, on a broad level. So, I mean, that's actually kind of interesting. And I feel like there's probably some historical precedent to it, because the UK literally had to, like, fight fucking Nazis, and the silent generation kind of was alive to witness shit like that. So it's probably why they're a lot more, likely to be less conservative, I think, because of that. And while, silent generation here, didn't really, get exposed to as much until after, Pearl Harbor and shit. And if anything, that probably just kind of enforced more of their right-wing beliefs. But, interesting though. Interesting little graph.
And the UK, and you can see that the vote shares of Tories and Republicans are declining with millennials. And with respect to Zoomers, the GOP's policies are so unpopular that it's causing them to change decisions that they make, major life decisions that they make. CNBC published an article that discusses a best...
Go figure.
Survey.
When you push anti-freedom policies, people tend to, like, not want to live in those states that tend to be more authoritarian and controlling. Wow, shocker.
Which finds that 39% of prospective undergraduates are basing their decision on which state to attend college in on abortion access, and 43% of current undergrads are reevaluating whether or not they want to remain in a state that they're currently going to college in following the reversal of Roe v. Wade. And I know people personally who can't wait to finish college because they're in a red state without abortion access, a very conservative state, and they want to get out ASAP. And with regard to that article from CNBC, one student literally said that as soon as they finish college, they don't want to just get out of a red state. They want to leave the country because it's a scary time in America where women...
Well, I would say to them, obviously no one would see it, but at least to that person, Iceland. It's pretty based over there.
Are once again treated as second-class citizens, overtly so. So this is why young people don't like the GOP. This is why the vote share of Republicans is actually decreasing among millennials. It's because they don't even not care about us. Again, they're openly hostile towards us and what we want and what we need, and they don't even care to try to learn. They're just openly ignorant, and they wear that ignorance as a badge of honor and still expect young people to support them in elections. But
yeah, honestly, I was thinking at least on one idea that, like at least the GOP could probably do as a compromise position while still obtaining their conservatism when it comes to something like student loan debt. Now, maybe they won't even consider it, but I don't know. But I think, like obviously because when the student loan thing first happened, one big, talk point was, this, is basically, taking the money out of, hardworking people that didn't go to college, and trying to pay off, for a bunch of, like, liberal arts degrees and this and that and blah, blah, blah. It's like, all right, my rebuke to you is, then how about, when the taxes, are used, or, like, or when taking the taxes from people that did go to college, because you would have that, shit on record. At least when it comes to, like, tax information from previous tax records. It's like, with that, just use that as a way to just tax them and exclude people that didn't go to college. There you go. It's like, so then people can still have their student loans paid off, while I guess, there would be more of a tax rate to the people that went to college and shit. However, people that didn't don't have any tax bump or anything. There you go. Boom. Happy New Year, man. Happy New Year, Noah. Got some messages start from link upward. Alright. Here, we'll finish up this and then we'll check out some of that stuff here. Let me go back. Okay, so if you put... okay.
It's hurting them.
I'll check that out.
And they don't care. They figure, why try to win people over when you can just try to rig elections through gerrymandering or the legal system? Now, keep in mind that the 116th Congress was comprised mostly of millionaires, according to Open Secrets, and I'm sure that the 117th Congress will be no different. But that's why RNC
Gross.
Research instinctively saw what Maxwell Frost said and thought, oh, we should attack him. Because if you're making $174,000 per year, you very clearly must have money. In fact, even though Maxwell Frost hasn't gotten his first paycheck yet, it's inconceivable that he wouldn't already have the money as a working class consumer to put down a down payment. It's inconceivable that he wouldn't have the credit needed to get approved or the good rental history needed to be approved for an apartment in DC for his...
if only he just pulled himself by bootstraps just a little harder. Instead of being lazy just driving around everywhere like some weird Uber dork, he could have done, some hard work of trade, being tradesman or something like that, like on an oil rig, bruh. Like, this, lazy little dough boy, I tell you what. It's just like, good fuck Lord, bro. I mean, the funny thing is, though, it's just like, back in the day, you could be like a little taxi driver, or literally just someone as simple as like a broom pusher at like some factory. Like, you're not even necessarily assembly line worker, but literally just a dust broom pusher and shit like that. Like, I mean, and that can fucking get you a sustainable, living where you can have a house on your own and shit. And depending on the job and that type of shit, you could also potentially like even like sustain little folk, a couple other folks and shit, family and all that. But nowadays, like, you basically have to work like 3 fucking jobs to at least financially attain that, but then you won't have any actual time to even attain that shit in the fucking first place because you don't got any time because you're working all the fucking time. It's like, so far for like 8 hours a day nowadays. That shit went out the wire. It's like, yeah, maybe one job is 8 hours, but when you have 2 jobs you have to work that are both 8 hours that same fucking day, you're basically just working those same 16-hour, like jobs and shit that people were having to work, 100 years ago.
Because, I mean, that's their experience exclusively. Most members of Congress are extremely rich. They come from wealth, and they've never had to think about these things. They probably don't even know that you need a lot of money up front to get an apartment. They probably don't even know that you need good credit to be approved for things like cars, like apartments, because that's the economy that we're living in. But if you're detached from that, then these things aren't going to be obvious to you, right? Which is why they decided to attack him, because they thought, oh my God, how dare you complain about not being able to get an apartment when you're making this money as a member of Congress, failing to consider that he wasn't already wealthy before getting elected. And it's ironic that they were trying to appeal to working class people with that attack on Maxwell Frost, because they're trying to make it seem as if he's elitist for complaining about money when he's going to be making a lot of money as a member of Congress. But again, I think most people...
So thus, he's an elitist. He's now a sellout.
And that when you get a new job, you're still going to struggle for a while until you get that first check. And oftentimes, when you get that first check, there's a lot of bills that are due. Money that you borrowed that you have to pay back to people. So it's just, they're so out of touch. And with every single thing that they do, even if they try to appeal to working class people, they still come off as out of touch and elitist. And that's because they are out of touch and elitist. And this tweet demonstrated that as clear as day, but thankfully Maxwell Frost capitalized on that opportunity, and that tells me that he's going to be a good member of Congress because he's able of communicating what average Americans go through. So I have high hopes for him. So, yeah. Yeah,
I definitely do too. I mean, he definitely shows that he has gumption, so hopefully Maxwell Frost, kind of ends up being a little bit more of a rabble-rouser. What's Mike Fitter's stance on unions? He's very pro-working class, so obviously very, very pro-union. like he's covered a lot of the Amazon labor union strikes and shit, and other different union efforts, like with Starbucks and shit like that. So yeah, he definitely is, you know, very pro union when it comes to a lot of that. Just a bunch of individuals doing some things. 100 worst landlords in New York City. Okay, so if I put a line of mass shooters together, all which women, it doesn't mean all white people are mass shooters. Of course not. Okay, so this guy's basically just a fucking anti-Semitic Nazi type. I mean, it's like, yo, it's one, New York, two, like, I guarantee you, just because there's 20 of these dudes, there's literally probably like 1,000+ landlords who are probably just as scummy as these people, but just aren't on this list because they only have like one well, I guess, you know, some of these people literally only have one property. Like, there's a guy, number 9 on the list, Mark Tress, who only has one unit, but probably doesn't have as many violations because they're just more on the radar and probably just in a smaller neighborhood or some shit. You know what I mean? So it's just like, just because you got bigger names that, you know, are more blatant with violations and shit. And honestly, this is just for one fucking year anyway. And it's kind of curious that it's just been taken off of 1 year, because it's like, what's 2018 look like? I guarantee it's probably looking just a little different. I'm sure it straight up varies, because a lot of these numbers are very close together. Like, let's just go from, yeah, like, from 1 to 2. 1,090 and 969. There's like a little over a 100 violation, you know, difference there, of, you know, on the average, you know. So it's just like, I mean, it sounds like those motherfuckers be competing on how many violations they make. Same with a lot of these dudes, like, you know, Joel Goldstein and then Meyer Fried, you know, in 21 to 718. It's just like, yeah. It's like a lot of these numbers are very close together, so it's likely that, you know, these vary all the time. This 500 is called for a reason. Well, it's more of an anti-Semitic slang, you know, calling it that, because usually motherfuckers like this fucking weird. Oh, he's in Senate? What the fuck? Oh, gross. Ugh. That's just great. Also, weren't these paying rent motherfuckers a little while ago, and all of a sudden they hate landlords when it confirms their bigotry? Yeah. It's like, oh, now we hate landlords because they're all, like, Jewish as fuck. Must be a correlation. And also, what's funny is that, like, it says 100 worst. It only shows 20. It's like, what, you're not going to show all 100? Because not, like, and also, why is it, like, is it also, like, are these actually a part of the website, or are those just, like, photoshopped in there? Because, honestly, like, not every surname here looks Jewish. Emergi? I guess because of Yusuf, but whatever, like, Haley? It kind of sounds Irish more than anything. Cohen, I mean, yeah, not like every name sounds like whatever. Yeah, it's just fucking weird ass conspiratorial fucking nutballs. Santos Claus back at no, Sam Parker. I guess like probably a crypto Nazi type who's anti-Semitic, at least openly on Twitter. Oh, using Dave Chappelle clip oh wow. And using a Lex Freeman clip from when he was with wow. Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, so not even a crypto Nazi. This guy just kind of sounds like he is one. Because it doesn't even look like he's fucking hiding it. Wow, go fucking figure. A crypto bro is also a Nazi. Wait, is Sam Parker also a crypto? Oh my god. Probably is a crypto bro because he thinks, you know, the stock market and the regular economy is ran by fucking Jews and all sort of shit. This version of Jews, they think, in their fucked up heads that they're going to thrive in capitalist system, yet these same people will defend it to their dying breath. Yep. What's funny is, like, at least historically, a lot of the anti-Semitism done to Jews is the reason why, you know, there is, you know, a lot of disproportionality demographically in certain industries, like in banking and stuff like that, because historically Christians were outlawed from handling money and being money lenders and shit like that, you know, being in banks and, like, operating banks and shit. So it made it very easy for kings and lords and a lot of different, like, city-states and shit to essentially scapegoat Jewish people and shit whenever, you know, financial issues rose around in the fucking kingdom and shit. Because it was easy to stir up the populace and the very Christian populace to just be like, see, the Jews did it because they're the ones running all the money. So it's just like, I mean, that's prime, you know, at least historically, you know, a lot of that, you know, has been done because of shit like that. So now, you know, a lot of, you know, those bloodlines and shit now, you know, tend to be, you know, pretty successful because now they're in those type of fucking industries predominantly. That doesn't really fucking mean anything outside of the fact that, like, the same anti-Semitic bullshit that has been going on today, but back then, you know, it's the reason why, you know, it was going on and it happened, you know, the way it has. So it's kind of like, you know, the self-fulfilling prophecy thing. It's like, these people are like, oh, they literally run everything. Well, it's because you literally basically, historically, didn't want to handle money because you're all a bunch of weird religious cultist fuck jobs and fucking decided to, you know, like, let them be the only ones to do it, or just anyone who wasn't really, like, a Christian, basically, and just scapegoat them whenever financial issues, you know, hit the fucking kingdom, and, you know, the Lord had the answer to it, and he'd be like, it was them. It's people in the banks and stuff, which at the time were predominantly Jewish people. And yeah, still are. That was the roommate. You can chill out. Let's make, like, Jakub Fauci. Or, well, what, like that Jakub kid or whatever the fuck, like that dude is like, well, if no one's gonna take your apartment or your fucking land, then, you know, if I ain't gonna take it, then who else will? You know, like that fucking dude. Yeah, I remember that clip. Yes, yeah. And honestly, honestly, like, they're not even really bad because they're Jewish. They're bad because they're pieces of shit enabling a lot of this fucking bullshit in DC. Hey! Shut it! Shut the fuck up. No. I'm gonna bop you. No. Hey. Get over it. Hey. Get your fucking little head over here. Hey. No. No. I'm bopping your ear because that's all I can bop. No. Shush. Shush. Hey! Hey! Shut up! Oh my fuck! Shut the fuck up! Hey! Shut up! Shut up! Shut the fuck up! Hey! Shut up! Goddamn!
Fuck! You know I come home!
Fucking hell! Get some booty slaps on your ass, fucking little bastard. The only bad lands I ever met were white Christians or Korean. Well, evidently they can also be Jewish.
Jewish Korean people? What the fuck?
He just walked in out of context. Now I was just looking at this like tweet of this, like, apparently what the fuck of this, like, senator from Utah, I guess, who was just like, look at this. Isn't this convenient? Who was basically just like, you know, top 100 worst landlords in New York, and basically top 20 apparently were Jewish or whatever. And then had like a thread of like, huh, isn't this, you know, a quink and dink? Basically, you know, doing, you know, anti-Semitic Nazi type of shit, basically. Who's also a senator and, you know, apparently from Utah. So that's just fucking, you know, some awesome shit.
Is that the one I gave you?
The
The red one? Is that the one I gave you?
I think so.
Is that the one that my mom gave me?
I think so.
Oh, okay. I forgot we had like 3 of those fuckers around somewhere.
Yeah.
We had mine, the one that my mom gave you.
And
my mom didn't use it, and she's like, "Here, give this to Andrew." I'm like, "Okay, fuck it."
Utah, I didn't even notice that before. Gross. Yeah, it was there. I saw it. This class was alright, but it's my class. The rich class doesn't make it warrant we're winning. Did you see the Warren Buffett said a quiet part out loud? Oh, well, isn't that like a quote he's always, like that's, didn't he say that a while ago?
What?
Like, Warren Buffett basically saying there's class warfare, alright, but it's my class, the rich class, that's making war and we're winning. That was something that Warren Buffett said.
You want to hear something funny? Player from the Buffalo Bills collapsed on the field today.
How's that funny?
Because they also performed CPR on him before they put him in the fucking ambulance and carted him off.
Well, damn. I hope he's alright. Shit.
Well, it's kind of weird because it's one of those things that this is the first time this has happened. But it's also weird because they also postponed the game.
Damn.
So, I'm pretty sure everybody is pissed off.
Oh, no, I mean, I'm sure they're probably, you know, hoping that, you know, he's doing alright, because obviously that's... Because usually there's, like, the respect of, like, basically taking a knee and shit, you know...
They all took a knee on the field.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Oh, yeah.
They all took a knee around him, and I'm just like, holy shit. Doggo!
Did he... I only heard it last week, and it was posted as recent. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's an older quote. I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
Did you ever see the lady who got attacked by a bobcat?
Good morning.
I think so.
I need to wash my car.
I need to wash my car. My God. Where is it even? Oh, there it is. Oh my God, he's just holding it. He don't give a oh my Lord, he just chucked that son of a bitch. Oh shit. I'm gonna shoot that fucker.
I'm gonna shoot that fucker.
Damn, dude, holy shit. Dude, that bobcat meant business, dude. It came back for seconds. It was trying to double tap. Holy shit. Damn.
Isn't that fucking weird?
Damn, that bobcat was like fucking. What's going on here? Some puppos?
No.
Oh shit.
This guy's beating his cougar.
Now it looks like the dog is getting on it.
Guy literally killed the cougar.
Well,
Protecting his dog.
well, it looked like, I mean, eventually the other dog kind of got on it too a little bit. It looked like it was kind of a... And not a friendly bobcat.
This one's weird.
But why does it say bobcat attacks a duck?
That's why.
Well, damn.
That.
What's with you bobcats right now?
I want one. They're big and fluffy and cuddly.
Well, I mean, you probably won't necessarily want one. Well, I mean, you could have one tamed, I guess. A domesticated one, but I mean, I don't know what the laws are about that in Oregon. Because I know they're native around here.
This is what I really want.
A lynx?
Mm-hmm.
Look at that headbutt. Look at this amazing cat.
Those fucking mitts are huge. Jesus Christ.
They're like snowshoes. These guys can jump 25 feet to catch their prey.
Those are snowshoes. Those are fucking, like, gigantic-ass gloves with, like, claws that stick out of them, like Wolverines.
They jump 25 feet to catch their prey.
Goddamn.
They're big kitties. Look at a kitty.
The elusive Canadian lynx has decided to say hello to the driver of this logging truck.
Oh, God.
Have you heard the time that a cougar brushed up against my dad's leg at work once?
Yeah, you told me about that.
And their thick fur protects them from the coldest weather conditions.
Like, funny enough, the cat was purring apparently from what he was saying and like rubbed up against him. And when he looked down and realized that it was a cougar, he freaked out, and that freaked out the cougar, and it ran away. And he just kind of like sat there, like he got himself a little bit in the car, and had the door open really quick, but just kind of realized, oh, okay, I should be all right because it ran away. It was a small one, like a juvenile. So obviously it was just being. How old was she? It was a cat. Like a wild mountain lion. Oh my god. Wow, you bastard. You've taken a look at your breath. Well, not yet. I mean, I've been at work, so I haven't gotten a chance to do any of that yet.
What?
Oh, Venom gifted me a couple games on Steam.
Oh, cool.
Which I redeemed because it would have expired if I didn't by midnight tonight, so I made sure I did that on my break. But I'm honestly surprised. I thought you would be totally passed out and asleep, Bims, because I know you've been awake all night, because, your mom's was in a hospital and shit. Oh, she's doing okay, though. Or I could just be that one streamer and be like, how fucking dare you just have, like, the vibes down, bro? No one wants to fucking hear that shit. I could just be that one guy. And did you see that, like, weird drama shit that kind of happened with that one streamer that, like, got called out for basically just being, like, a total fucking piece of shit? Because there was, like, somebody who was, like, active in their chats and shit, and they were gone for a while, and then they came back, and then the streamer's like, yo, where the fuck you been, yo? And then they said, oh, my mom died, so that, at least for that chatter. And then they're just like, yo, why'd you bring the fucking vibes down? No one wants to hear about that shit. You could have literally been like, yo, like, shit's rough, but I'm, pulling through this and that. But no, you just decided, like, for the vibe down, this and that, like, just being a total fucking piece of shit dick. Like a straight up, full on dick level over 9,000. Like a piece of shit. It's like, even if it does say, quote unquote, bring the vibe down, it's like, still, it's like, have some fucking empathy, you know what I mean? It's like, goddamn, bro. It's like, some people do generally be, kind of a piece of shit. But even then, that's why, we have good vibes and shit, because even if there are, like, some bad vibes, and we help bring those bad vibes, that one has, and help them, be bolstered up. And make him feel bad. I would not fuck with that cat. Pretty kitty, though. But that's the face of, I will literally murder you and slaughter you in your sleep and then disembowel you while you beg for life. Why are you poking the mouth? What's wrong with this person?
Because the cat won't bite him.
Is that the price of a normal pre-roll? What, $10? $9.99? It depends. It literally just depends. Like, honestly, $9.99 for two, that would be some top shelf shit. If we're talking like, you know, just some regular stuff, like, I don't know, mid to low shelf, you know, some decent stuff, it's actually probably going to be more like $4 or $5 maybe, average. Like, honestly, I mean, you know, like, you could actually probably get like a whole pack of like 10 for like $10, you know, honestly, around here. I mean, it won't be like the greatest weed ever, but hey, it'll, you know, it helps you, it gets you, you know, going for, you know, a little bit. And honestly, I usually will get those sometimes, you know, for, you know, like, you know, for my coworkers to split between me, you know, when we're hanging out, or for like, you know, just at work or some shit. Games still cheap there. Just depends on what you get. And also, well, again, this varies. I'm just speaking on a very general level. Like, it does vary from dispensary to dispensary. Like, I'm sure if I went to downtown Portland, prices would be a lot more expensive. Just because it's in a more urbanized downtown city area instead of, you know, out here where it's more chill, laid back, rural, suburban mixture going on here. You know, so things, you know, are a little bit more cheaper here in comparison to, like, granted, I don't buy weed very often. Well, I see deals like that at the dispensary I go to. Again, that's not often, but I do see that stuff every now and then. I mean, it's, you know, it's not common. I mean, like, honestly, for like a pack of 10, you're more likely going to be spending maybe like 15, 16, but, you know, that just depends. Like, you might get some low tier stuff that's like maybe 15% THC, but you get a pack of 10 of them for $10 because it's basically just shit they're just trying to get rid of. You know, it's like some of the shaky stuff at the bottom of the bag that they get sent in, and, you know, what else are they going to do with it? Just make some pre-rolls, put it in, you know, a pack, or put it in a container, and then sell it, you know, for cheap. I mean, you know, because it's one way to get rid of it, right? And get a little extra money and sell some products. So, I mean, it just depends on some dispensaries and how they work. You know, so it just kind of depends on, you know, what op is going on for a dispensary, because they all are a little different. If I had an ass to shake, sure, but I barely have an ass, dude. Funny enough, I actually kind of want to know specific exercises, you know, for the glutes. You know, but I don't know what specifics those would be. Shake your booty, go shake your booty, shake it, shake your booty, shake it, shake it, shake your booty. Oh yeah, oh, 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 oh yeah, oh yeah. Gotta be shaking that booty, oh shake that booty. Wait, don't like my little skiback and backing, my little vocality, my little singing. My little bit of singing. And what the fuck is that, moose?
Yeah.
Damn, that big boy. Already caught up with Invincible.
Close to 3,000 pounds of meat. Some good eating there.
Good eating, yeah. Imagine how much that hide would be worth. Oh, coyote.
Come here, stray dog.
Oh, I've seen that. I've seen this video before where he brushes it.
Isn't there a guy who has like a coyote as his friend or something like that?
Well, you technically could have one as a pet if you had
He's
one.
like, what the fuck are you doing?
I love stray dogs.
I love stray dogs.
That would be a Logan Jim Buff question now. I don't feel like he would know anything about specifically the glutes. That's not something he'd work on. He'd be like, your abs, your chest, you know, the legs, bruh. You gotta work on those calves, you know, and the forearms, bruh. Like, he's gonna be thinking that shit. He ain't gonna be thinking about the glute muscles. Like, that's like, a question I'd ask, like, you know, a gay gym bro, you know what I mean? Like, you know, a gym bro who also is gay as fuck. Like, that's someone who I'd ask, because you know they'd be about those, you know, glute muscles, because you want that shit to, you know, kind of pop out a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Or I could just ask, you know, some gym girls too, you know, because they're also working on them glutes a little bit, so they would probably know some tips and tricks as well. Who knows?
Hi.
Either ask the gym girls or the gay gym bros. So I have to ask one of those two. Probably the gym girls, because then they won't think I'm flirting with them.
Old mechanic versus new mechanic.
I see monks lifting cinder blocks with their cocks. It takes, like, years of preparation for them to do that, right? Like, they basically work their dick muscle. Where they're just, like... Where they lift different things that are slowly heavier and heavier over time to get to the point to where they can lift that motherfucker. And I admire it, but fuck no, no. The only thing this dick is lifting is some of that booty when I'm shaking that ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah. Damn.
I don't know what they are, but they look cool.
Deer or something?
No.
There's a big ass fanboy on Twitter named Pound Cake. Well, the thing is, like, honestly, that sounds more like, some implant stuff. I mean, is it, like, natural, like, Pound Cake? Or are we talking, like, he put some implants in there, to, get some extra booty, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, like, some natural, like, extra gluteness going on. I don't mean just, like, hey, let me put, like, a little extra silicone in there, kind of help pump it up a little bit, you know what I mean? Yeah.
That's unusual.
Little buck attacks a hunter. Aww. Honestly, deer do that a lot. There's a lot of videos of, like, some people out in suburbia where there's, like, a bunch of does just hanging out. Totally natural. I guess I'll ask that person for advice, but I'm not on Twitter anymore and refuse to go on there. That's a Cobra maneuver.
Yeah, but it's freaking sick.
I would not do it that low, but goddamn.
You want me to get all the rings? You know how them Jones work. Yeah, I'm not gonna bug. I ain't gonna bug.
Did you take dare in high school?
First ring.
What, like... I mean, take it? I mean, it was a part of, like... I think we had something similar to it in health class, but it wasn't like dare. Or if it wasn't really the same thing anymore. Like, it wasn't, like, totally anti-drug. It also talked about, like, sex ed and mental health stuff, too. So, if it was, I think it was around the time dare started transitioning away. Did you swear to the Red Ranger you'd never do drugs like me? No, I did not. There was none of that. I mean, there was a little anti-drug stuff here and there and shit, but it wasn't really, like, forced on your fucking face. I mean, there was, but... I mean, like, there definitely was some anti-drug propaganda bullshit and obvious, like, lie nonsensical shit, but, I mean, it...
Imagine having that motherfucker walk up next to you.
I would not have a bow. I would have, like, a fucking 44 or 357 for that one. A fucking bear walking up to you? Oh, my God. They did Power Ranger themed there in elementary school. Gross. Oh, my fucking God. I feel so bad for you. I truly do feel bad for you in your childhood. Oh my God, I really do. That is horrible. I've never had any of that type of shit in elementary school.
What?
Dare.
Oh, drugs you can... Yeah.
Nowadays, dare is different. Like, they've kind of evolved more to, like, mental health awareness and shit like that, so they kind of veered away from, like, the whole anti-drug thing as much. Because from my understanding, they were formed on things about, like, weed and... are still kind of, discouraging psychedelics, but are at least more honest about that type of shit, so it's like, there's at least, better now, but...
Fuck that!
I've seen snakes bigger than that. Sounds like the lamest shit. It is the lamest shit. Because it turns out drugs actually mentally help you a lot. Yeah, weirdly enough. Definitely helped me. When I'm groggy, caffeine helps me. When I want to loosen up a little bit, weed, maybe alcohol sometimes. What the fuck are you doing?
Fucking with Stone. With his rawhide.
Rawhide. There's actually a metal version of Rawhide.
The fuck is that? That's a Komodo dragon. Fuck that.
You're fucking. I'll play it. Rolling, 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 rolling. Dun, 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 dun. What are you doing? Just beating him up on like a little drum. He's gonna be my little drum boy. Little good ball. You're just a sweet boy. You just love your little pets, don't you? You just love the affection and all the attention you get, don't you? You love the little head pats to give him too? What the hell? Why do you just like being abused by me? I'm just like smacking away on you and you just don't care. You bite, look at you. Oh. Such a goofy bite, look at you. You sweet little thing. You know what? Come here. Oh my god, you little butt. Oh, what the hell? Yeah, would you hook outside? It's a very blunt question. Like, shouldn't that be a question Venom asks me? Seems a little bit of a personal thing to be asking when it's not even your question to ask now, isn't there, Dargo? What the fuck? Yeah, just casually just wash a cobra snake, yeah.
Yeah. Fuck that.
I would hook up with me. I would hook up with me. You know what, honestly, answer the question, yes. Try to help Venom out. Well, I'm just saying yes, by the way. I mean, but still, I mean, you know, it's like, wouldn't that be something you'd ask me? Now, considering he's in Arizona, you know, going to be moving to Arizona, you know, coming up around later this year, you know, then, I mean, honestly, like, wouldn't that be a more likely of an opportunity or a chance for something like that to happen anywhere?
Who's in Arizona?
Venom.
Nice.
He's getting out of Alabama. I mean, because honestly, I mean, you know, like, also with that, it makes it easier to at least visit up here in the PDX.
Yeah.
Even for like a week or whatever. And plus, you can save money by just, you know, couch surfing here for a little bit. Because, there's at least, you know, some goals, you know, that are, you know, needing to be basically set in stone, at least, you know, when it comes to other shit, at least on my end. So, I won't get into all of it right now, but actually thinking about it internally, it's actually making me get like, oh god, fuck Dread. You know, again, I won't get into it now, but like, and now you're looking up wondering what the fuck I'm talking about. My god.
You can pause your stream and talk to me.
Well, I mean, it's not like it's like, you know,
I know it's not set in stone, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not the, like, what I mean is more or less, like, well, okay, like, fuck it, I'll just get into it. Because it's not even necessarily, like, oh, I don't want to talk about it. It's just like thinking about it now.
Thinking about it, you dread doing it?
Well, no, it's more or less that, like, my granddad's gonna come down here and shit. And basically, like, he's kind of a little... kind of stuck-uppy a little bit, and I already know, even, like, given circumstances, he wouldn't, like, necessarily be happy with a lot of various different things, with the whole situation, especially with the house and shit. Even if, with it being gotten in order, but at least if it was, he would be less pissed, and honestly, considering everything, like, he would, like, just, like, literally shit the gasket in so many insane ways. Like, I don't even want to fucking imagine. That's especially where a lot of dread comes from and shit. And, and honestly, I don't know all the deets about it. I just know that that's, something that I don't know when. It's just, like, something that is going to partially, be like, happening later in this year and shit. Probably, I'm assuming maybe during the summertime, and I'm just like, oh, fuck. Because I know that it's not like, trying to get this place in order isn't even the problem. It's that even with that, without it, doesn't really matter. Him coming down here and, potentially having the reaction that he has, with just how things look, I'm just know are not exactly going to be good. But whatever to maximize, the, like, fallout, I think, is obviously best. But it's not like he's a bad dude, but he's just, like, a very, like, super hyper, like, by the book kind of conservative old type. Yeah. So.
So he's not gonna like the fact that somebody else is living in the house?
No, not really that, but
or it's just the fact
you'd
that
probably, obviously wouldn't necessarily be too happy with it currently, but obviously if you being in there, you would be more chill with it.
Yeah.
So, that's shit like that. And obviously with, like, how, like, the room, with the different rooms and how they look, it's just different things like that. So.
Well, I mean, if we had the time, we could get it done, but...
Yeah.
It's...
Well, honestly, we'll just, one of these days, you and I get together and just set up, like, time frame, like, hey, we'll just set some days off, both of us, set some time off together, and at least, have actual shit set in stone, because then also I can probably have at least maybe, like, at least just one of, for my friends, and, I know my mom wanted to come through, sort some shit as, for some stuff as well. If we have at least, something already set, planned like that, then... there you go, then we can at least get a lot of fucking progress that would actually help very significantly, and then we can at least keep going and move forward from there.
Well, I mean, the progress, we could probably get it all done within, like, 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, especially if we at least have 1 or 2 extra hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, well. Man, has your stepdad done anything racist today? Oh my god, just a daily update. It says Venom's stepdad. He flipped off a Chinese man who cut him off on the way to hospital. Which I guess inherently wouldn't necessarily be racist. Just because, I mean, that could have also been a white person who did that. And he probably would have done the same thing. Hey, dog, what are you... Oh, okay, I don't want to actually get him over here.
No, you're learning. Okay, good.
Okay.
You must be getting tired of getting stepped on.
Silly little fucking pup. I mean, there's space, between... Oh my god, whatever. Fucking... There is space, oh my lord. You can, like, walk...
Oh no, he's, like, thrown out. He's got, like, the whole corner.
Oh my... Well, now he is, but he did earlier. That's the New Mexico area. I was really said, don't get ahead of yourself.
How many hours do you get a week? You don't work 6.
6 times 5 as it stands right now. I have Wednesday, Thursday off. Or
no, you get
Thursday, Friday off. Right? I think.
How many hours do you work a day?
About 6, 7-ish.
And I work what? 7?
About.
2:30 to 11? Including 2 15s and 30-minute lunch?
Yeah.
So that's what, 7?
Some about.
I'm thinking about coming back inside.
Oh, like in the Delhi area? Well, honestly, it would help a lot, because, I mean...
But...
Or at least getting...
If it does work out and I talk to Missy about it...
She might be okay with it.
She's gonna have to pay me 18 an hour.
Well, or the 19.
Or the 19.
Whatever the fuck is supposed to be, yeah. And also, I mean, same for me. I mean, honestly, if you're, you know, mention that, also let me know, because I need to also get up to her about that, too.
Well, I can talk to her and be like, hey, I've been in the deli for... I did deli work for about 3 years.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh, well, that's not enough time. Bull fucking shit, woman. I know fucking everything in that fucking deli.
I mean, if she... I swear, if I get that type of shit, then
Well, if they start paying me 19 and I only work 6 hours, that's... What? 500 a check almost?
Something like that. All I know is most of my stuff, I'd take 40K loan. I guess they're probably equity, whatever that means. Yeah, I don't know all the specifics about what that shit means. 40K loan against property's equity. I think that's just for like the value of the property, or I guess the properties.
Will didn't try leaving today. So Will didn't try leaving today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, at least that's good. Decided he didn't want to be a little wuss tonight. At least from what it sounds like, that's a change. No?
Kid's fucking lazy as fuck. He would get 2 cars done after I got fucking 3. Or more.
I mean, how long has he been there now?
A little over 4 months.
You should be able to, like, step up a little bit at this point.
He's gonna be phased out, so. My boss is trying to get rid of him.
Meanwhile, we still technically don't even have one at our fucking department, so we don't have one at all, and it's just so fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, you guys don't have a fucking...
I mean, what's weird is we did, but then the store director for the one that was supposed to come over here got pissed off that, she transferred over here, so she had to transfer back. So we had one for like literally a day, and then she got chewed out and had to stay over at her department initially at wherever I think I don't even know where, like Rockwood or whatever the fuck. I don't even know exactly where it was.
Sunnyside?
No, some other. I don't know. I don't remember where.
It was a deli manager?
No, well, no, a store director chewed her out to come, to like stay and all this other shit. But like, so basically at this point, we're still SOL with no manager.
So who's the assistant manager? Is it Jacob still?
And Mono technically still, yeah. Technically, it didn't really basically be kind of filling a role anyway. She might as well just be a fucking deli manager at this point.
Who?
Man, I mean, because she basically fills the role anyway. I mean, she might as well. Like, yeah, she, it's like, and honestly, I mean, some people, like, at our department don't really like her and would, like, leave if she was. And honestly, I'm just like, is she really that fucking bad? And honestly, I think about it, I'm like, no, honestly, it's like, I mean, yeah, I guess she can be kind of overbearing, but, I mean, shit, considering that she's also able to kind of keep our store director right now off our back and shit every now and then, especially when she really gets on us for some bullshit. I'd rather that, like that little lay a little bit, you know? It's like, I'd rather actually have that. Because because she does stick up for us whenever, like, you know, our store director's like, oh, you need to do this and this and this, and, like, and overburden us, and she'll be like, yo, chill the fuck out, we can only do so much when we only have so many people right now.
Well, see,
and she'll back off and just leave us alone.
That's kind of the funny thing, is if I do transfer to Delhi, I need to get the same hours as you do, and I need to get more pay.
Yeah.
Because I need to have 6 hours, 5 days a week, not fucking skipping my hours and my fucking days.
From what I understand, she's actually pretty open about hours right now, so we should be okay on that one.
Well, I don't know if I should go in early tomorrow and talk to her. I mean, I'm gonna piss Aaron off, but fuck Aaron.
Whatever.
Fucking just give me my fucking weekends off when I fucking want them.
Pretty Smiles, pretty decent horror movie where a demon is basically schizophrenic on steroids. I have not.
Oh, do you know anybody named Ryan in the store?
I mean, I used to.
Because somebody's coming out. They're getting 2 new people in fucking fuel. And it's getting fucking ridiculous because Jim only works like 2 or 3 days a week. Rick can't fucking work anything past 5 o'clock. It's like, dude, you fucking kidding me?
I mean, is there a reason for that, or?
I don't know. And I'm not working Wednesday or Thursday. So I'm going out to Mars for a couple days. Go pester my child.
They've got ready-cooked pizzas, pre-made sandwiches, pre-made bagels, muffins, so you have them like that. Got shit like that. The pizza sounds pretty banging, honestly. Do something like that. Of course, Zukov goes straight to the chair. Silly little pop. Oh, look at you. You such bite. Yes, you is. You goofy little thing. Yes, you. You're a goofy bye.
Plug this back in.
I mean, where's the plug for it?
Well, it's probably falling back behind the freezer there.
I mean, you'd have to, like, pull the whole damn thing out in order to, like, deal that shit, and I can't do that just by myself. I mean, honestly, we just have to clean out first and shit. This may sound weird, but all this talk about Jewish people makes me crave a Reuben. We haven't really, like, went on about that for a while. I think you're still thinking about that. I mean, Reuben's, can be pretty good, though, so, I mean, I can vibe with that, and I can feel ya. Do you have a huddle house? A huddle house? Well, I don't, because I don't even know what that is. I definitely haven't heard of it. Though, is it good? Because, I mean, it does sound like something that would be pretty good.
God, your dog has a fucking iron stomach.
Did he
He bit it.
got into your deodorant?
Yeah, your dog has a fucking iron stomach.
No wonder you had a guilty look earlier. I looked around. I like every time I go in, I scout your area to see what's fucked up. And luckily today it
It was
didn't.
on the ground with the cab right next to it.
Luckily, I mean, I thought there wasn't really anything going on, but they look.
Oh no, my bed was fucked up too.
Well, I saw that and I went, all right. He went some of the recycling and messed the bed up. But I'm like, all right, well that's
Little messed up
unfortunate.
recycling, grabbed my thing I had last night that was in there, my salad. My empty salad, he got into that, put it on my bed,
Oh my god, dude!
There was a wrapper that I used last night.
I mean, at least it was. I mean, at least it was just empty shit now this time. But still, and I guess the deodorant. But like, cause now he does this little thing. Cause he knows I like look over there. He'll like sit down and like wag his tail aggressively, just sitting out there looking at me like this. Like,
You should see it when I come home. When you're at work and I come home, you should see what he does.
what does he do?
He cowers.
Oh my
He
god.
knows he fucked up.
Oh my god, I bet.
Really, dude? Really? He's like, oh fuck.
Yeah, little bastard. Yeah, look at that little tail.
You have
Oh, Yeah.
a fucking iron stomach,
Yeah, look at you.
dude.
Yeah, you know, you see what that is, you know. Prick. It's a restaurant chain that stays open 24/7 like Waffle House. Well, I have not heard of it, but I definitely want to.
I don't know if
Check it
this
out.
is toxic for dogs, but you have a goddamn iron stomach.
Well, I don't think he got into it. I guess he been into it, realized I don't like it, and
That's a pretty big chunk. That's a pretty big chunk, dude.
what is wrong with you?
That was my
Bonk.
only stick of deodorant.
Bonk! Get bonked, you little bastard! God, what the fuck is up with you?
Well, I think it's kind of funny that, because my mom even asked
It's
me.
like a fucking tiger shark, dude.
Well, I told my mom what he got into my bag. Sour Patch Kids. She's like, "You have a stomachache?" I said, "No, that dog could fucking eat anything."
I'm not convinced at this point. It's like a tiger shark. It's like a furry tiger shark now.
Well, you've also got to realize that motherfucker's eating 90% of the shit that I fucking eat.
It's a fucking dog, dude.
I mean, my peppers. When I left my empty container on top of my.
It's all the sauce.
No, I eat all sauce. It's just the fucking fact that.
You would just get into the. Well, I mean, he's not like actually eating the substance. He's just eating all like
No,
the
if he eats
leftover
fucking
sauce.
substance, I'll beat the fuck out of it.
I mean, it's like. I mean, you're just a little demon, bro. Like, what the hell?
I mean, it's kind of crazy that everything that I've eaten or partially eaten, he'll fucking go after it.
This dog.
But we still love him.
Yes, we still love this little fucking freak.
It's a fucking
Screaming is sorry, man, for me. I literally showed this earlier to you, and you're like, I like it. Like, you thought it was... Dude, fuck you! Like, I literally showed you this earlier. When I was on break from work on Discord, you dip. You're just like, now it's meh. Like, pfft. I see how it is. I see how the fuck it is. Try to branch off, and then, like, you know, a few hours later, you're, like, back at it, just like, meh. Bleh, bleh. Catterissa. Wow, doesn't Brenda recognize it? Well, you'll probably listen to it enough, given enough time. It's actually by the same band, Elevated. This one's called Call Them Out. It's more clean, vocal-wise, for you, if that helps. It's also very very vocal or folksy.
Here's something weird.
Oh.
I feel like I'm starting to become my mom.
Huh?
I feel like I'm starting to become my mom. Well, no, because literally, when we were younger, we always had toilet paper in the car. For accidents.
Yeah.
We had to, like,
Right, yeah.
fucking roll toilet paper in the car.
Well, that's not a bad thing to have, like, for emergencies, though, so that actually is a good thing. Or if you want to go TP someone's house. Oh, you're just like, nah.
But see, then the stupid fact is, my mom always told me to have,
Boo.
like, blankets and shit.
Well, that's hey, she's telling you good advice that's been ingrained into your brain there, sir. And that's what I would do, too, honestly.
Brain to always get gas, too.
Yeah. Instead of, like, $5, you get, like, 30 or whatever the fuck. Yeah.
It's only like $20 or something like that. It's not bad.
Yeah. Brandon for president of Alabama. Yeah, have him move to Alabama for a while, then have him just be president over there. Huh? What about your charger? Oh, yeah, because it was on the leather couch, so I moved it onto that little side table thing. Next, yeah.
I didn't know who moved.
The one that was in the box? Yeah.
Not using that one anyway.
Well, he didn't get, like, into it. Like, it looked like he kind of, like, shuffled it and opened it, but he didn't actually, like...
Oh, no, I looked at it.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know. I thought that was the dog, so I moved it, you know, so...
No, that was the oven for a while.
Yeah, well... That's so right when you still ain't too in 2023. Well, yeah. Smoke of the horses. Yeah, just like, you know, layer up, go outside, and smoke of JoJo or something. Haven't touched marijuana in months. JoJo. Yeah, one of his... Isn't that the name of one of his horses? I'm keeping up with the lore of fucking, you know, Venom better than you are, sir. Shame on you. Man, it is actually fucking nippy in here. What the fuck? Boo. Boo. Generator JoJo or just JoJo? I don't know, but JoJo potatoes, I guess. There you go. Boom. JoJo potato fries, gotta eat them up. Eat them up, all the JoJo's there. I think your weird ass background music's making it nippy. Weird ass background music? Wow. Wow, I changed it up like a little bit by just like playing, you know, stuff I haven't normally, you know, like usually play. And you're just like, what? What the fuck's all this? His full name is General Joe Shrilly Schultz. Schultz? Dude, what a name. Wow. That's just Generator Joe Willie Schultz. It's just like what? It's just like what? Forgot to Circle K Italian sub sandwich. Well, good for you, good sub. What else is there? Let's see what else is going on to him, you know.
Yes, they're going to be a new PIC too.
Really?
Yep.
What's the vibe about the guy? Do we know who he is? It was. Well, what's he about? Like. Oh, really? Oh, okay, cool.
They're going to class tomorrow and the next day after.
Oh.
But I mean, Kyler's kind of chill.
Oh yeah, it's so chill.
But how many fucking PICs do you need?
I guess, more than apparently, than we need, our fucking,
Well, you
people.
You got Habib, Justin.
Well, yeah. I mean, you don't have to name all. I know who the fuck all. You don't have to name all of them. So.
He's gonna be someone now.
Yeah.
He needed to. I mean, he's literally he used to do everything.
Yeah. I mean, also he's been kind of gunning for it anyway for a while. So.
But no, they get back in the deli tonight. I mean, didn't you say you guys are getting a couple new ones?
Huh?
Didn't you guys say you guys were getting a couple people?
What?
One.
Just one
Night
person.
or morning?
More in the morning, but kind of a mid. They don't want to do nights, so. Still leaves it down to basically just like 3. Yay.
And we usually had what, 4 at night?
That's kind of what it should be at least, but it ain't, so. I mean, realistically, it should be like, about like 4 or 5 in the morning, and then like,
4 at night.
3 or 4 during the mids, kind of sporadically, and then at least like, 3 or 4 at night, yeah. I mean, that, and that, in totality would be like, fucking, I don't know, like, like at least like 18 people, at least to have it fully functional, which, it's like less than that. Like, less than half of that, actually.
Is that why you guys are closing down so fucking early now?
No, that's because of winter hours. But partially, yeah. So.
Well, I'll see if I can go in and talk to Missy tomorrow.
Yeah. Because I know that would make her all so swimmingly swell.
She's kind of high strung, too.
Yeah, because she has to, like, basically run around with her, like, with her head cut off like a chicken. So, like, I don't totally blame her.
I wouldn't either. But, I mean, she
seems to kind of, like, overlook some of my shit, because, like...
You've been there fucking long enough.
Yeah, I think she kind of has this, like, little Sionery thing with me. Which actually I think, kind of work in my favor a little bit.
What?
The whole Sionery thing a little bit.
Yeah, your 7 years. Yeah. But see, that's kind of the funny thing. If I get back there, everybody's like, oh, you don't know what you're doing. Bullshit.
Yeah.
I started, motherfuckers.
Yeah, I mean, you first started back in, like, what, just, like, 2018?
About.
Yeah, about.
Because I had 3 months experience up in Everett.
Yeah.
Came down here, had what, 6? 6 months?
Something about.
And then went to Winco.
I
was
sent
almost
there.
a year.
Yeah, then came back.
Then came back. And then left again, went to Sportsman's, and then probably had like, what, 2 or 3 months in Fred Meyer's?
Yeah, and then came over here.
And then came back over here.
Yeah.
Even though Jessica didn't want to put me in the deli.
And refused to like do like basically even the bare minimum with like actually addressing actual fucking problems. Basically, just the lipstick on a pig fucking metric with it.
Hopefully Missy's not like that.
I mean, she doesn't totally seem like that, but I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't exactly have a lot of high hopes for anyone who happens to be a store director or anything like that. Such a weird fucking name for a store manager title. So I go, yes, you are a store director. Well, we just... Yeah, because she's basically literally running around for, like a chick of a head got off, and basically, just, like, dealing with all sorts of other shit, so basically there is rarely ever a time to actually, like, get one-on-one with her. Like, if I do, she literally is me, like, alright, so, here, like, it's like, hey, how's it going? It's like, yeah, doing pretty good. It's like, and before I can get a word in edgewise, she's like, alright, so, it's like, okay, and then, I'm like, alright, cool, and, just listen whatever the fuck it is, and by the time I'm like, alright, and I want to, say something, she either's, like, on to running off doing something else, because she's, like, literally like that all the fucking time, and it's just like, fuck, can I not get, like, a moment to be like, hey, can I, talk to you for a sec? It's just, like, and honestly, at this rate, I don't even think that's even really fucking worth it at this rate. It's just more or less, seeing what the, new rep, can do for me at this point. Contractor force. It's not that it has necessarily, like, shitty leadership, though that is a part of it. It's that, companies purposely try not to enforce whatever they can upon legal contract agreements, because companies are not in the interest of, upholding, union-based type of contracts and shit. I mean, Kroger's, like, in the middle of fisting about that right now still. And they're trying to merge with our shit. So, yeah. At this point, I'm just kind of partially also waiting for the new seasons to open up a little bit by the fall of 23, so then I can go over there. So I'm thinking at the very least, even if shit doesn't totally get resolved, I can at least probably, work on maybe being, like, organizer, at least, when it comes to maybe potentially having, like, the new season will open up in my area to be maybe, like, part of the new season labor union, or, and ours, at least the one I'm in. I can't really say this bullshit. Well, I think a lot of it's just because, a lot of people haven't actually been putting their concerns, because honestly, like I said, I'm not the only one that deals with this bullshit. There's a lot of other people at my store that deal with the same exact fucking shit that I'm dealing with. And, like, nobody else really seems to actually want to have the fucking, onus to, bring awareness to that type of shit. Because, I mean, there is a little bit of truth when it comes to a union is only as strong as, as the workers that help enforce its strength. And if they're not there, bringing that awareness and kind of putting a log in the leadership's ass a little bit to kind of help address those issues, then they're not going to know that. They're going to be kind of left in the dark, too. So also, I want to make sure that I know, like, everyone else's issues as well, to kind of have a little list of, like, hey, here's some other people at my store that's also got, some of this wage bullshit happening. Because I know there's other people that are being affected by it, too. I just want to make sure I have their names down and stuff. And yeah, and I do think, at least in some part, especially like higher ups, yeah, I do think there is some controlled opposition, like our union president, for example. I agree with that. I think some of the people on the lower end, like some of the reps and shit like that, not as much. I think they actually, and the people kind of on the ground, because there's a guy who isn't a rep, but, kind of an organizer that, comes in from time to time and shit. Like, they actually do give a shit, and they actually do, care, and are actually trying to help, kind of build more sense of solidarity and strength, within it. But, like I said, it's only as strong as, the rank and file is, and trying to help support that, too. It'll take very long. First, stream back to 2022, too. Yeah. And it's because the company don't give a fuck, and basically are at this point, you basically use a lot of that type of shit as an excuse to try to just get rid of people at that point. Like, because instead of just firing me because I have the union protections, they basically would rather just fuck me over when it comes to like things like wages or hours and things like that, and just hope I go away. I mean, that's pretty much, like how a lot of the companies, when it comes to at least, union protected stores and shit, where they can't just shut it down or anything like that, like with mine. At least when it comes to those that are a little bit more, a little bit more firmly pro-union shit, especially considering how I got all my pins and stuff. Like, they kind of make that a little bit of a little note. And they're just like, alright, then just make sure this person doesn't get any of their shit addressed, and hopefully they go the fuck away. It's a common tactic, to try to kind of keep it a more disenfranchised union membership where they don't, really feel like, oh, what's the fucking point? And also gets them more disenfranchised with the whole concept of it in the first place when it comes to collective bargaining and shit. Because I've seen that shit firsthand. Because I've seen people be like, what the fuck is the point of me being in this when it's like not doing anything? It's like, well, you gotta fucking, part of it is definitely reaching out to them, and also a lot of it is because they control oppositional shit. A lot of it is because, a company don't give a fuck, even if the union is actually, trying to do some part on their end. Like, companies just gonna be like, oh, yes, we'll make sure shit's addressed, and then they'll say, oh, it's a technical glitch, or, oh, something happened with the system where, things slipped up and we misclicked and nothing happened, and all this other shit. It's like, a lot of it's, type of common tax and shit, and yeah, I mean, there is controlled opposition, and even some, just unions that just don't really got the teeth in it, because of a lot of other variables and shit that don't fucking attack that shit. If you said at the same time. Yeah, I mean, I do too. And honestly, at least when it comes to the broader union avocation, like, I'm more in favor of the ones that are brand new that are popping up. And at least when it comes to the ones that do exist that have been for a while, like with my local, or at least with the broader UFCW, it's like, I mean, they essentially have kind of been ingrained into the system and just kind of been defanged, declawed. So it's like either they need to be massively reformed or just kind of put to the wayside, or at least join in with the ranks of these up and coming unions instead of trying to invoke them and those unions into theirs. Because they need to, like, let some more, kind of like radical unions and shit come up and, kind of take the ropes a little bit. And luckily, there's a lot of older unions like the Teamsters and shit like that that have, to this day still actually have some pretty decent conditions and shit. Find better work conditions. Well, I mean, the thing is, there really isn't much. At least just with current travel abilities and shit, there's just not really many around. I mean, there is, but, I mean, it's basically just, like, the same exact type of thing, just with a different corporate label. Like, I could do the same shit at a Freddy's, and it's like, I mean, just be same shit, different day, basically, but instead of Safeway, it'd be Fred Meyer. And they're owned by Kroger, and they're, honestly, especially with the whole wage theft shit, like, way more notorious about it. Because, I mean, they're all broadly owned by the same firm, Serbia's Capital Management, so it's all kind of intertwined and controlled, for kind of a reason. Boobs, red milk. I mean, it would just be very hard to I mean, it's like, it is close. It would just be kind of hard to access for me. At least for now. I mean, I could get to it. But I would just have to have, like, a very specific schedule that I don't know if I would be able to have work out. I mean, maybe. It's definitely something on the table for me, that I want to, look out for and try. Get back right for you. Yeah, I mean, because I think it was supposed to get one of them up and going for me and shit. Because, I mean, I know he's kind of messed with him a little bit here and there with some of his other bikes and shit. But also, I know I need to just also, like, work on doing the licensing, too. So, no, just regular bicycle.
Got my next car.
What, now you're getting another one?
I'm wanting, but I don't want to spend the money.
What?
LML SV2.
What the fuck is that?
It's an RC car that does 100 miles an hour.
Oh, it's an RC car, oh.
No, I ain't getting another goddamn fucking motorized fucking car. Fuck that.
Okay, well,
Oh, if I was getting another car, I'd get a fucking Lambo.
Good luck getting that.
Be in debt in the rest of my life.
You know, I guess an electric scooter. You know, I could get an electric scooter. That could work.
Dude, they're badass.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Because Rip City's getting one.
I mean, you can spend probably cheaper for like $500.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you know, between 500 to like 800 or something like that. Yeah.
Or you can do an electric longboard.
I'm not really good at longboards though.
You should get an electric bike.
Yeah, that too. That'll work. I've seen a lot of those more often now.
Yeah, and they're big tired. They're not small tired anymore.
Yeah, I've noticed that
Tires
too.
are like this big.
Yeah, I noticed. Yeah. Here, let's see what's on tube now. Bam, bam, boom, bam, boom. Ba-da-dum, boom, boom, boom. Bada bing, bam, bada boom. Bada bam, bam, bada boom, boom. This is the one you got. What was that? Last name of those. But one up in price. It ain't that. It ain't too bad. I mean, honestly, I don't think I'll be able to, at least for that right now. But I could save up for that and, you know, give it in, like, I don't know. Probably 2-3 months tops. You know, actually, I think I might save up for one of these. I'm actually going to add this to my watch list. Imagine me just scooting around on that thing with Zukov. Just like, little zoom zoom. Little zoomy zoomy with Zukov. You little sweet baby boy, yes you is. You just a little sweet boy, Zukov, yes you is. You is just a little sweet boy. You know what I got for you? What? Look at this little punk. You. You know what I got for you, little punk? Yeah, you. You little sweet boy. You know what I got for you? Hiding in here. Oh shit. Look at him. Oh my god, look at this little bastard. He's all antsy, he's all pent up now. Holy shit. It's like, ooh, meats. It's like, meats. There's meats. Just look at him. You look at him staring. Dude, he's eyeballing this bag so hard. Yeah, hi, baby. Oh, God. Hi. Hi. Oh, sweet Jesus. Hello. Oh, you sweet little baby. Oh, hi. Yes, these are meats. Hello. Can you... Do you mind, sir? Oh, look at that little baby. Hey, paw. You gotta give me a paw. Yes, that's a paw. Yes, baby. Yes. Who's your sweet little puppy? There you go. Yes. Oh my goodness, yes. You want another one? You want another one? Hold on. Oop. You gotta get up. Up. Oh, you're cheating. You're sitting on my ammo can, you little bastard. There you go. Oh, ah, oh. Okay, well, that's one way to do it. Little goofy bite. SKS. An SK. Well, yeah, I kind of want one. Eventually. Plus, that's a 10-round thing, so that would be within the limits of, you know, the 10-round limit, whatever the fuck. So can't get on a hoopla about that. Boop. There you go, little sweet boy. SKS will just fine. Well, hey, Kalashnikov worked just fine too. It just has a little more than 10, if you wanted to. I mean, mine's pretty bare bones, honestly. Like, I don't even have, like, a Picatinny rail on it right now. So, it's just like, my shit's just bare-ass bones. Oh my god, he's got a fat chunk right here. He's gonna really enjoy this. Oh my god, look at him. Oh my god, you fucking bastard. You impatient little shark. He's eyeballing this so hard. Oh my god. Hi. Hello. Yes. Greetings, good sir. Would you just chill the fuck out? Oh my fucking Christ! Oh my goodness! Would you chill out? Oh my lord! Would you sit? Get back up! Oh my fuck! This dog is insane. He's insane. Just take it, you little freak! Goddamn! Ah! Malfunction. Okay, there we go. Man, you little freak. Savage little beast. Oh my god, phone, can you just not do that for like one night? Thank you. Can you be any louder with that? Like, goddamn. It's called eating with your mouth closed, sir. Have you heard of not talking with your mouth full, sir? God damn, son. Hell's wrong with you? What in the hell's wrong with you? Yeah, you. Little punk. You're just a little punk. You know that? What absurd little being. Absurd little stream being. This is the most random statistic that's just popped up on my YouTube community post feed. 7 billion chocolate chip cookies are eaten yearly. I mean, how does one even like fucking quantify that number? %, of all homemade cookies are chocolate chip. $620 million of Chips Ahoy alone are sold yearly. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. There's this whole post is literally like an essay, like an article essay. Oh my god, dude. Jesus Christ. It's like, yes, how, like, I'm not even kidding. Like, what the fuck? Why? Like, Jesus. It's like a whole, like, historical, like, statistical, like, essay article on, like, this. Though those look like some damn fine-ass cookies right there, I tell you what. I will say that much. Those look like some fire-ass cookies. Those look poppin'. But, it's like, fuck. It's like, why is there such, like, deep depth analysis over goddamn chocolate chip cookies? You know what? Because why not? Because we need... That information, actually, you know, now that I think about it, it's really prevalent. Because chocolate chip cookies are fucking banging. Shit's delicious. So, you know what? It's actually a very worthwhile look. I mean, at first you think, why? But, you know, once you actually really think about it, you're like, oh shit, now I understand. Yeah, let's see what's on Reddit. Do a little peruse on the Reddit. What's going on over here? Ha! Wow. PGE and Pacific Power increases the rates for customers after there was some massive blackouts because of high winds. And some people still don't even have power. Like, someone came in earlier today at work, getting some stuff, and he was telling me, he's like, yeah, I still don't even have power in my area, man. And I'm just like, fuck, what the hell? Apparently they're waiting on parts, so they can replace them, and actually, get it back on that way. Even though they were doing that in my area and a bunch of other fucking places. But, yeah, so it's like, oh, yeah, you're out of power. Well, guess what? Once it comes back on, we're increasing your rate. Great. That's some nice, awesome shit right there. Good stuff. What do people on the subreddit, on the Poland subreddit, saying about that? 2021, PGE had a profit of $247 million on $2.4 million in gross revenue. And yet they want to increase the rates of their customers and shit. It's like, man, fuck these people. It's like, can we just nationalize our energy grid already? Like, entirely? Instead of having, like, some profit motive, being a middleman. Yeah, it is what happens when public utilities aren't public. And everyone in the subreddit seems to be, But oh wait, what's this? Got some negative points here. Which one of these? Inflation itself about 8% higher. Someone's just literally blaming inflation. It's like, oh my god, taking the bait. Such a renaissance profit for company. Nationalization would be a bad idea. Should be zero local control. When I mean nationalization, I mean either like statewide, federal, like either way. Either way. Like, have it not, just get rid of the for-profit motive is basically just really bluntly is what I'm saying. Like, how they do it, don't know, don't care. Like, localize it, do it via state. However, I'm pretty much in favor of all the above with, like, that type of thing. Like, do it via state or local control. I like that. Especially considering how the Fed Gov is, corrupt as fuck. Though a lot of states are, too. Some, arguably, probably worse. But, either way, it would still be a better outcome, so. What in the fuck are you doing? My god, he's just going to town on his leg like a cat. Though he can't stretch his leg out like a cat, like all the way out, like doing that type of shit. He just has to have his leg all like in a weird little crook and be like, and do all this weird shit. But he's basically doing what exactly a cat does when it's like, and it's like, yeah, you like seeing that, human, don't you? You like seeing me lick my thigh leg, don't you, human? Being a fucking weird-ass cat. Isn't it weird that they also do that, like, conveniently whenever they happen to be in visual range of you? Just so you can look over and you just see them doing that. It's like, are you fucking kidding me, you weirdo? It's like, you weird-ass cat. You have to do that where you're, like, sprawling everything out, one leg hiked up straight in the air, like, going all... It's like, what the fuck? Like, what? Why? It's like, what are you doing, you fucking weirdo? It's like these weird-ass cats, man. They're, like... It's like, goddamn, dude. Oh my goodness. Speaking of kitties, now this is an awesome kitty. It's got a little mohawk. A little anarchy kitty. That's an anarchist cat right there. A true anarcho kitty. You know what? That kind of looks like a little like anarcho kitty meme template a little bit. What else is on the little... I follow too many obscure subreddits about, like, video games and shit. Jesus Christ. Statue of Liberty towering over Paris just before it's disassembled and shipped to New York, 1886. Whoa. Damn, that's a pretty cool fucking picture. Kind of shows the original color of what it looked like, too, because it actually looked like this, very copper color. It looks the way it looks now because of the saturation being exposed to the weather. Or it might have been bronze. Bronze or copper, one of the two. Oh my goodness, fluff bean. A loaf. Oh my god. Oh! I melt. Oh, I melt. I imagine this is like what Zukov looked like when he was a little puppy. Just this fluff aloof. Because he still is like this. Like, you should see him when I'm trying to get him out of that chair that he's sitting in right now, because he will basically do this. Like, those legs stretched all the way out, no fucks given, just like, he's a little stretch boy. And that is just a milky oh, god damn it. Fucking phone, bro. But that is just like a little fluffy sweet boy of just sweet fluffiness of just adorable proportions. Unacceptably cute and fluffy. Vive la France. France is pretty based. Let's see what other random little things are. Is that it? Is that not shit? Oh, there's a Buffalo Bills video of the dude getting into the ambulance and shit. Or it's just a picture. Yeah, this is, I guess, what my roommate was talking about earlier. Yeah, but damn. Hope he's alright, though. Oh my goodness, cuteness. Insane cuteness of proportions that are unacceptable. This right here is unacceptable. This is too fucking cute. This is too adorable. This is a crime against humanity for being too absurdly cute. This is too... Again, I melt. I just melt internally. I melt inside to the cuteness. That's just too much cuteness right there. Just too much absurd, adorable cuteness. I guess Reddit wants to expose me to adorable cuteness. It really is, because I'm actually skipping a couple. I'm skipping a couple of these cute-ass little derpy pictures. Because there's so many of them. It's like, yeah, Reddit's just kind of spamming me with adorable kitties and puppies and cute little deers and shit like that. There's basically just, like, not much else when it comes to the Reddit, I guess, but just cuteness. A bunch of different variables of cuteness. And the occasional shitty piece of news, I guess. I just said, like, a ridiculous, absurd wave. Oh my goodness. Alright, I gotta show these ones. In a row. A kitty in the fridge. This has actually unironically happened with Bandit once. Wants to know the candidate's stance on units, particularly refrigeration, so he can report back to his boss, Fat Tony. Hey! I like it. I actually want to see. Koi offers security and waste management service. Small monthly fee of premium treats. What a booty. Yeah, yep, I like this guy. Made a mistake, but it's on the bottom shelf of the fridge and he's trying to get... No. Must read that as onions instead of unions. There. A boop on the snoot. Aw, look at this sweet boy. Or sweet girl. Sweet little puppy. I should send some pics of my dog onto dog pics. And then another black kitty. Sabrina would like to throw her hat in the ring for her upcoming lunch on the platform for no fashion and biscuits for all. Oh my goodness, this fat chunk of a cat. Oh my goodness, this gorgeous chunk of a kitty. She has like a little mohawk going. Look at that. She got a little mohawk. She's so chunky. So cute and chunky. A fluffy little bread loaf if there ever was any. Where it lures you into the cute and then does 1-2 KO with the cringe and nasty. Well, I haven't really seen any of that. Will Trump ever go to jail? Press seems like he's me familiar. You know, we never put anyone who's been in a presidential elected office into jail, right? Or into prison. Like, that never happens. Like, honestly, if it happened with Trump, that would be precedent setting. Like, that when, like, I mean, when it comes to presidents, they never go to prison or jail. Keeps acting like Trump go to jail. Well, again, that would actually be precedent setting and kind of a shock, honestly, but I honestly doubt it'd happen. He's always like, man, it doesn't look good for the Teflon Don. Well, like everyone always thought that, like, you know, even before he was elected, you know, back in 2015, it's like, oh, he'll never make it, you know, it's like, things don't look good, he won't be able to pull through, but, I mean, I guess not really so much anymore, but still, like, I mean, you know, he's not really necessarily going to be, yeah, like, I mean, he might get, like, indicted and have to face, you know, court and all this other shit, but, like, honestly, fundamentally, is he going to actually, like, be in jail, prison? No. Honestly, at worst, he might get some house arrest or something. Oh, damn. This is a picture from way early in the morning in Portland, but god damn, son, this is a fucking fine-ass pic right here. You actually kind of see the rose garden a little bit right there. Dude, that looks nice. So nice and colorful. Pretty, colorful. I mean, we really do got, like, a fucking dope-ass fucking view of the horizon in the east and shit. That, if Mount Hood just vibing there, just flexing, just like, what's up? Just me, Mount Hood, just chilling here. Just cool little mountain bro that everyone skis and snowboards on, hikes up on and shit, just chilling. What's up? Yeah, not really too much. That's something that Brian looks like. You check out the current situation in Tunisia. Oh my god. And there ain't no way I'm gonna be able to keep up with, like, literally every single tiny little thing that goes on in the world and shit. It should go on Sri Lanka, fucking Tunisia, Iran, Russia, like, just shit going on everywhere. I mean, it's like, I mean, what's going on over there? Like, I mean, Like, pay attention to the country's affairs. I mean, normally I tend to do that often, but I mean, lately I've been focusing more on domestic affairs and shit. So, you know, honestly, because for me, it's just like, that's, you know, more, you know, like, a priority, at least considering a lot of, you know, like, the political opposition that, you know, a lot, at least on an extreme level, basically are saying, let's just, like, literally erase it from society and just get, you know, gonna kill him. So, it's like, got our own, it's kind of like, you know, got my own shit that I need to kind of like fire, you know, kind of like, you know, look at on, you know, in our own backyard, you know. And if I get a chance, I, you know, could take a glimpse of what's going on around, you know, the neighborhood, you know, of the planet, so to speak. Israel never had a democracy. Yeah, it really didn't. It's like, oh yeah, we let a certain ethnic people, you know, vote and have democracy. It's like, then that's not democracy. That's just a very fascistic, like, hierarchy and shit, you know, where it's like, oh hey, you know, we're gonna, you know, have a very selective class, you know, people that, you know, are allowed these type of privileges and other people aren't. Like, Tunisia? Well, like, what, like, specifically? I mean, it's like, doesn't exactly, yeah, is it going with, yeah, like, I mean, what the, can't just, like, say that and just not leave deets. Probably. I mean, at least when it comes to, like, democracy dying, there isn't really exactly much probably about it, unless, like, there's an actual, like, fight, you know, to protect it. Or at least, you know, whatever is, you know, left of it, basically. I mean, because the same shit's happening here in the U.S. Democracy's, you know, been, you know, dying here for a while. President Said. Who in the fucking who? That is not, you know, a detail that exactly helps elaborate the situation. Let me go back on the tube, see what else going on here. China has a new space station and probably other space things. If Trump flees to some specific island and runs for president there. In a way, I wouldn't necessarily be too surprised. Here, this kind of intrigues me.
New space station? What is this? Is this copyright? The space race.
That's what.
Did we win the space race? Nah, the Soviet Union did. We got on the moon. That's pretty cool.
That was such a random, like, weird contradiction of statements. It's like, wait, didn't we win space race? Yeah, we won. Nah, Soviets won space race. We got to the moon, though. That's pretty cool. It's like, then we technically did, because that was kind of the goal was, oh my god, okay, oh my god, whatever.
Major milestone with their Tiangong space station, the third and final Mengtian research module was successfully docked to the station, bringing it up to full operation. Following the Tiangong's completion,
I trust you,
the Chinese Shenzhou 15 spacecraft arrived to complete the first in-orbit crew handover, with a total of 6 taikonauts living and working on the station for the first time. By this point, we're all pretty familiar with seeing people on the International Space Station, so we have a pretty good idea about living in space. But life for Chinese crews on the Tiangong is like nothing else we've seen before in human spaceflight. So, let's take a look at what they've been working on up there in space. This is the space race.
Huh.
The Tiangong now consists of
Well, now I'm actually genuinely intrigued.
3 modules, forming a T-shaped
I didn't
space
think there was
station
actually going to be
that
another
orbits-
little, like...
Shit, China's T-posing on the entire planet. What the fuck?
Oh shit, they are. They're just like, boom, what's up, guys? We're a space station. Damn, dude, China fucking got us beat. They're T-posing on us. Oh shit, dude, they're doing it twice, bro. And getting sun rays out of it. Just like, bzz, bzz.
Let them get away with this. Fire the nukes. Launch the missiles.
Okay, rant over. Oh, okay, hold on here. I'll actually pause real quick for the rant here. I saw it pop up. You know what? Fuck seasons. They're never consistent for more than... I'm just gonna pretend you're Scotty here for a second. You know what? Fuck seasons. They're never consistent for more than a fucking week before the temperature fucking fluctuates like fucking bunch of pancakes. You know what it should be? It should be fucking hot, it should be fucking cold, or it should be in the fucking middle, and that's it. That's all I goddamn fucking want. Unless someone's a goddamn fucking farmer that fucking like serves like no other goddamn fucking purpose unless you're like farming like potatoes and shit. Okay? Goddamn. Alright, anyway, ran off. Anyway, as you were saying. That dude pretty good Scotty when he's like out, you know, doing one of his rants. Yeah, it's a Scotty rant. You know, I feel like it was at least pretty accurate to it a little bit. Or at least, you know, I felt like I kind of got the vibe. 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10. You know what? I agree with that. I agree with the assessment. 7 out of 10. Could be improved a little bit, but I feel like, you know, it's a, you know, at least a good, I guess if you could say like a quote, like TJ-esque mocking way of, you know, doing a Scotty rant, but yeah.
Earth's surface. The Tianhe is the core command module.
Whoa,
First
they got
launched
like
in April 2021. The Wentian experiment module serves as a combination
crazy ass like little CGI hologram, like crazy presentations to show everything. That's pretty cool.
Orders, research lab, and airlock, which was added in July 2022.
New mission for X-37. Yeah, we altered the trajectory of an asteroid. Let's see if we can deorbit the space station.
And the Mengtian module is a twin to the Wentian.
I'm surprised he hasn't saw those yet.
Purely as a research experiment space.
You know what they say about sex in space? It's far out, man. I am very curious. I would want to try. I know you can do like, there are those like high flying ships that do the free fall, and it's like being in 0 G and you can up there, but it only lasts like 40 seconds. You know, I can't come in 40 seconds. I'm not like 2/3 of you.
I mean, you basically have to get fuck you money and do one of the Bezo flights or something.
I gotta go. You can't get erections or it's really hard. Yeah, I bet you can, right?
I mean, honestly, hey, Rose, you want to know a reason why the seasons are all fucked up and aren't really seasons anymore? It's because humans.
Blood. Your blood is...
We actually had seasons that were proper.
Different.
Now it's just
You know what I
like,
mean?
it's either hot as fuck or cold as shit. Or something in the middle.
Like, you don't really appreciate this unless you've been up in the ISS, because the space guys up there have written on it. But so many of our bodily systems are completely dependent on Earth's gravity. You know, like so much of the shit that we just naturally do falls apart without gravity. You know, they talk about stuff.
There's a crazy phenomenon as to why. It's called naturally evolving on a planet that has that said gravity. So your body adapts to said gravity.
Like bone mass deterioration, but even less than that.
Or that.
Very basic, like how
The
your
more
head
like
feels,
Buddhist way of saying it, I guess. Or the boomer
how
wisdom,
your
I
body
guess.
Feels. You're feeling your
The
organs
boomist.
slosh around in your body, man. Jeez. Sex is forbidden by NASA regulations. That would make sense. They do not want astronauts to fight with each other.
Boom.
Your bladder has...
They should allow at least, you know, to bust a nut. Okay, if they're not gonna at least fuck each other, they should at least be able to bust a nut. Just be like, hey, you know, they just have to have like some sort of like, I don't know, like sleeve chamber thing that they just insert, and then just like gets sucked up into that. It's like some capsule thing or some shit, and then it just like ejects it into space. So you just like literally nut in space. Imagine being that, bro. Being the guy that just like nuts in space. And not just like nutting in the space station, but literally letting that just like eject into space. Like literal panspermia. I mean, like, hey, that shit would, like, hey, that, you know, them sperms would just basically be frozen as shit. Like, you know, as soon as that shit like lands on a comet or something like that, you know, it's, you know, and that comet lands on like some planets in like the Goldilocks zone of its fucking like sun or some shit, you know, hey, someone just became like the god being of like a new, you know, life on another planet eventually over time. Think about that. Boom. What if that's how humans, you know, got here? Like, panspermia was actually a thing, but it was literally because some alien out there in the cosmos, you know, billions of years ago, just, like, took a fat nut and just, like, injected it literally into space, and it, like, landed on something, and then it crashed onto our planet, and thus, life, you know? Like, what if that's just what happened? You know, that's actually how life formed, was just, like, the remnants of a nut that some alien out there in the galaxy just busted, you know what I mean?
To feel any urge to pee because you're...
And yes, that does mean that aliens look kind of human. Now that means alien life would also kind of look like life around here on our planet too. So, food for thought now, huh?
Floats in the ball inside your bladder. That is fucked. That is fucked up. That is fucked
what?
Up. That is fucked up.
Well, hold on.
Astronauts to fight with each other. Your bladder has to be full to feel any urge to pee because urine floats in a ball inside your bladder.
That's weird. In zero gravity, like, your bladder just has not just like urine just chilling in there, right? It's literally just like a ball that's just like centered in the... Dude, what in the Okay, I didn't need to know that. Holy, what the hell? Okay, that actually makes my bladder feel weird. I don't think I would notice, you know what I mean? But still, like, whoa, that makes me feel weird inside. Like, I didn't... that's... What the hell? I mean, it's like, okay. Experience one of those Joe Rogan. I mean, I know. I mean, I literally was just doing that. I mean, you know, with that idea, I wasn't being genuinely serious, but you know,
is fucked. That is fucked up. That is fucked up. That is fucked up. Holy shit. You got like your bladder. I don't know what a bladder looks like. And the urine is being filtered through your blood. From the kidneys or whatever, I don't know how the body works, and it's going out.
I mean, that's kind of a vague bro science way of describing it. Yeah, it does get filtered via the kidneys, and it goes, you know, through some tubes, you know, to your bladder. So, I mean, yes, that's kind of how it works.
Well, joining this big like blob of piss that's just like blubbing about on the inside.
Blubbing about, bro.
Of your this is I hate this. Oh my god. I hate this so much.
Oh no!
So the only way you could pee is if like the urinary tract starts there. You would need the ball to be so big that it came into contact with it, and then you would have to rely on capillary action, like liquid moving through a straw, in order to push the whole bubble, the whole big piss orb out through. You would basically be like putting a straw to a blob of water floating in 0G and sucking it up, except instead it's the pressure from your urinary tract sucking it through, right? That's insane. There are piss muscles? Yeah, that's what creates the suction force. Wouldn't the muscle...
I mean, yeah. Dude, isn't the human body kind of whack? Like, our bodies, in a way, can still have, you know, can still basically... you know, do the business, but even in zero gravity, it's more tougher, and you actually have to have it like more like filled, basically. But the masses though, I mean, they still work to, you know, such a degree to where they, you know, kind of suck it out a little bit. And yes, obviously, you have to attach it somewhere so you don't just let it fly everywhere. So, yep, you know, it's just, dude, the human body is weird, and the fact that it's in zero gravity and thinking about, like, the internals, so what's going on with your body with that in mind. Dude, what about food in your fucking, like, stomach acid in your stomach, bro? What? Oh my lord, that shit's gonna be zero grav in there, dude. Like, dude, imagine the heartburn, dude. Like, if you get heartburn, dude, it's probably, like, 10 times worse. Oh my god. Heartburn with zero gravity. Holy shit, that'd be horrible. Ugh. Because all that, like, stomach acid is all, like, you know... Well, you know what? Actually, it might be better, because then it's all, like, congealed in the orb. So, you actually, maybe you wouldn't get heartburn, actually. Unless your stomach really contracted into a small... I don't know, You know, that is actually legit. You know,
Push it out. Yeah, that's the suction force from the urinary tract. I'm pretty sure it doesn't, like... No, the muscles compress the bladder. But that's not the majority of what makes you piss, right? The compression of the bladder... Wait, hold on. How much does the bladder compress? It can't be more than a portion... I'm not reading much on the compression. Guys, I think the muscle is about moving the piss from the bottom of the bladder out through the urinary tract. Right? No? No, that's wrong. Wait, I can't believe I'm about to Google this unironically. How do you pee? It signals the bladder muscles to tighten, which squeezes urine out of the bladder. Okay, but how much does it compress? That's what I was looking for. Like, if the internal volume of a bladder maxes out at like 1 liter, I don't know if it's that, I'm just saying. Can it be compressed to a half liter? A quarter liter? How much? Bladder muscles tightening. The hypertonic pelvic floor.
Dude, the FBI that's watching Vosh right now is like, what the fuck is Vosh looking up? So what is he searching right now?
Okay. How much can bladder muscles move? The walls of the bladder are mainly formed by detrusor muscle, which allows the bladder to contract to excrete urine or relax the whole lumen. Contract by how much? How much can bladder contract?
Bosh, I don't think you're getting that answer. I think the next several decades are going to learn as many months or years of microgravity is way worse than the body is going to think. Don't you already know that? Like, if you don't, like, that's why, a lot of the crews in the ISS and shit do a lot of constant, workouts and shit, so they don't get, muscle and bone degradation and shit. Because if not, then their bones and their muscles would degrade very rapidly, and obviously that's not good, so you want to minimize that as much as possible by at least working out, whenever you're on your off time, basically. At least for a certain, I forgot how much they have to, like, per 24 hours, but they have to do it for, like, quite some time.
It's just telling me how much it can expand. Just watch this video.
No, honestly, a lot of it's just to maintain it.
No, I want to specifically know how much the muscles of the bladder cause the bladder volume-wise to contract.
Watch, you're not going to get an answer for this.
Bladder. Volume of empty bladder. Is your bladder ever completely empty? Your bladder never completely empties. What? Okay, so it must be from constriction, because if it was gravity entirely, then there would... So it is from constriction. So if it's saying that you're still going to have 50 milliliters of piss in your bladder after you're done peeing, is that then the internal volume at maximum constriction? You can't constrict your bladder more than 50 milliliters? Because if that's the case, that is a massive difference between a fully expanded and fully contracted bladder. I didn't realize the muscles of the bladder were that capable of... What? Wait!
Yeah, they're... I mean, it's a very stretchy organ.
Look like it just pours out like gravity. It contracts, but it just pours out. If it's pouring out, then why can't it all go out?
Vosh, because of it being pressurized. Like, I mean, that's the main reason. Like, there's still going to be, like, I mean, it's an organ. Like, it's going to be, like, squishy and have, like, an ability to... Yeah, it's like a glandular organ in a sense, too. Like, I mean, it can, excrete a little bit. So, like, a lot of that, pressure going in, could be a lot of that other stuff. Maybe just air. Like, I don't know. It's like, I mean, bruh, it's like, I mean, it's pressure oh my god.
Can you piss upside down?
Yes.
You can piss upside down, can't you? I don't think I've ever tried, but I feel
oh my god,
like
okay.
Get healthy conditions where your bladder...
Get your...
I didn't realize it was so spongy. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, now I think you figured it out. Yeah. It's
That's what
this
it is.
this spongy thing.
Gravity
Yes.
shouldn't matter. Does 0G make peeing harder? Urination is caused by contraction of muscles, not by gravity. Today I learned low gravity makes it difficult to tell if your bladder is full because the bladder's stretch receptor doesn't feel the weight of the liquid. Okay, so being in 0G doesn't make it harder to pee, it makes it harder to know that you need to pee because you don't have the weight of the piss weighing down in your bladder.
So yeah, because it's literally like a ball that's like zero grav and just chilling there. Actually, like in a way, that's kind of wacky because if you think about it, it's like if you're in zero gravity and you're just like, oh shit, I need to piss, and it's like, oh, I need to piss, because it's not just like, you know, oh shit, I kind of need to, I'll hold on to it for a second, you know, for a minute or two. It's like, oh no, like, uh-oh, it's like a DEFCON 1 situation, you know?
Bladder still expands as it would normally. It's not just...
Get back to the space.
Tiangong.
Oh my god, okay, finally. Back to space. Space.
That's not how that works.
The final frontier.
Tiangong is that it looks spacious and wide open, especially when compared to the ISS.
Whoa,
Tiangong
yeah.
has a very minimalist, modern design. What's interesting is that the outside diameter of the Tiangong modules are nearly the exact same as the diameter of the ISS modules, about 4.2 meters or 14 feet across.
And how are they...
So the difference is in the volume of internal space available. There are a few reasons for that. For one, the ISS modules are typically much shorter with more connection points in between that create bottlenecks in the structure. For example, the Destiny lab on the ISS, which is the primary operating facility for US astronauts, is 8.4 meters or 28 feet long, while the Wentian and the Mengtian modules are both 18 meters or 59 feet in length.
Damn.
And secondly, the technology on Tiangong is...
So they're just like longer, basically. Like the modules are just like longer, and you know, instead of just like being bigger in the sense of like wider.
more modern and therefore smaller. And
but it looks more compartmentalized too.
Get put up again. It was in the late '90s, right? It makes sense that the Chinese space station would be way more advanced.
Yeah,
old one.
it would be, honestly. Like the ISS is actually about to go out of commission pretty soon, I think. I think they're slowly but surely going to start taking it down.
For example, many of the systems on Tiangong will connect wirelessly instead of having to run a labyrinth of cables around like what we see on the ISS. Also, much of the technology on the Tiangong is hidden behind these plain white panels when not in use. I don't know if that's more functional or aesthetic, or if they just don't want anyone else.
Should the American one be updated? I don't. Oh, that's a tech question. I'm
yeah.
a wizard. I don't know.
To be able to see what they're working on, but it does help make the station look very clean. And
wait, hold on.
With their more
I'm smelling Tesla bullshit.
Functional or aesthetic, or if they just don't want anyone else to be able to see what they're working on, but it does help make the station look very clean and modern.
Okay, again, totally not a tech expert. However, I'm sure the stuff in the Chinese station is a lot more modern too. However, I think you could say there are very legitimate reasons for why the inside of the ISS looks like this. Like, I have heard...
I don't know. I mean, at this point, it's probably just because it's just, like, older tech. I mean, it could probably, you know, be obviously still necessary, but... I mean, at this rate, it's probably better that where it actually does get some, like, updates and probably, you know, more modernized equipment and shit, you know, when at least, or more modernized modules. But that's just not in the, you know, main interest of NASA, unfortunately. So it's just like... I mean, I think, you know, like I said, they're more interested in retiring it more so than anything at this rate, you know, in the near future, which fucking sucks. I'd rather they just update it.
Modularity, repairing, identifying issues. I think that having, like, all this exposed stuff has been written on to be better. I could be totally wrong. I feel like the potential downside of having everything covered up like this, even though it obviously looks way nicer and is easier to move around, and the tech is probably a lot newer, is that it might be a little bit more of a kind of black box, I guess, in terms of like, oh, something's wrong, tear out all the panels, what's going on. I don't know. I'm always suspicious.
Well, I'm noticing at least one thing is that these panels look like they have wording on, the panels and shit, so I'm assuming everything is at least, like, labeled and identified and shit, so you know what exactly is going wrong, so you can go to the panel to specifically look at what's up and stuff like that.
Of anything that looks like it cuts down on visual complexity for the modern or sleek aesthetic. That might just be the way it's being presented by this channel, though. And again, like, the people who designed this were geniuses, and I am not, so...
Spacewalks have become an exciting feature of life on the Tiangong. There are 3 of China's own EVA suits on the station, kept in the Wentian airlock. Spacewalks are helped out by a combination of 2 robotic arms on the station. The Tianhe module has a 10-meter arm, and Wentian has its own 5-meter arm.
Who was the first person who did the unassisted spacewalk? 35 years ago, the first untethered spacewalk.
Untethered,
Fucking
Jesus.
brass balls on this guy, dude. Holy shit.
Dude, the balls, bro. Like, honestly, those balls are probably gonna suck him back to Earth with the fucking gravitational pull and them bastards.
Bruce McCandless made history performing a spacewalk during STS-41B with no lifelines tethering him to the Space Shuttle Challenger. He used a
Fuck! Oh my god, being in space, even so close to Earth like that, but yet so far away because you're not tethered to fucking any. Oh my god, no! Oh my god, that's just so. That fucking terrifies me. Like, oh Jesus Christ.
Yeah, like
Fuck that,
gas
man.
Propel him back. Used a
Yeah, he had like a little like, I mean, luckily he had like one of those little like jetpack things, he can like, kind of like slowly like kind of like, just kind of his way back with like, little jets, propulsing them.
maneuvering unit. Yep, like a Kerbal Space Program.
Yep.
Candace and astronaut Bob Stewart completed separate untethered spacewalks during the mission, both venturing more than 300 feet from the Challenger. Fuck that! You're moving at like 500 miles per second above the Earth. Jesus Christ.
Dude, it's making me kind of get goosebumps, and that ain't just the cold in here, but that's just because it's like, fuck, man. Being in space is cool enough, but I like to be, inside a capsule and stuff like that, where I know I'm safe and secure.
You're moving faster than a bullet? Oh, far faster, yeah. Jesus Christ.
I think the speed is, like, somewhere around, like, 13,000 kilometers an hour or something like that, or, like, 14-something hundred miles an hour or something like that.
Isn't that dangerous because of space debris? Well, at the orbit this was done at, I don't think they were that worried about space debris, but it could happen, yeah. Yeah, his brass balls gravitationally paired him to the shuttle, exactly. He could just jetpack back to Earth if he got lost. Yeah, the fucked up thing, right, is that if a spacewalk goes wrong and you can't make it back to the ship and nobody can rescue you, you don't fall back to Earth. You stay up there and freeze /starve /whatever. You die in several ways up there.
I mean, at that point, you might as well just, like... Yeah, you might as well just let that happen. Actually, you want to just, like, freeze and, like you would... That it would actually be worse.
Jin would be the first one, right? Yeah. And you just float, and you just become part of the orbit.
Become part of the orbit.
Yeah, you would cars beat. Depends on the trajectory. Well, I assume that if they're doing this from the ISS or from the Tiangong station, they would be in the same...
They need constant tether to the station. Well, sometimes they do free-form walks and shit where they have those little packs where they're not tethered to them. I think that should probably be more of a standard so they don't just, like, fly away, float away and shit,
orbit. China wants to have a legit moon colony in the 2030s, and their space program has been very successful so far, so we'll see. I'm rooting.
I don't really think that's going to be possible, but I can probably see them maybe establishing an attempt, to get something going in the moon there.
I mean, I don't like the Chinese government.
I mean, I can see it. I wonder what it looks like, because now there's the ISS, but now there's also the Chinese space station that's up there now. So now I'm kind of, because obviously it's going to be probably about the same brightness, right? So... Because you can see the ISS if you're on eye, if you look up, in the sky.
See about the American government, a moon base would be awesome. The cool thing about a moon base is that, like, a Mars base would be a sickening waste of time and money and human life. But a moon base could actually be useful. It could actually be really, really cool and useful.
Yeah.
As a fuel depot and a construction site that you could use to cheaply get stuff into orbit. imagine, like, there are so many materials that go into space production and flight that you could restock on the moon, and then you could just leave the moon's orbit with no fucking effort. Because if you want
Yeah, I think in the next 50 years, but not by the 2030s.
up from the Earth, if you want to get into Earth orbit, not only is the gravity way stronger, but you also have to get through the fucking atmosphere. But from the moon, there is no atmosphere. The gravity's like 1/6 that of Earth?
The moon has an atmosphere. It's literally the most thinnest fucking, like, layer of atmosphere. It's just like this tiny little thin layer. That's why it does have at least very faint gravity. It's because it barely does, but it's just enough to keep, the gravity holds, essentially.
1/6?
It doesn't actually have, like, any, real way to breathe on it, obviously.
I think so, Zan. Hey, Vosh, aerospace engineer here. The main stuff we leave stuff exposed like that is 1, maintenance access, and 2, covers for that stuff are wasted weight. You have to spend a lot of fuel. Oh, yeah, that's true. Every additional pound of shit you want to put into orbit is like $5 billion, trillion, quadrillion dollars. Like, they'll have you take a piss.
I mean, a little hyperbolic, but yeah, I mean, like, any ounce of weight is just like $100-something worth of rocket fuel that they could save, if they can get rid of it.
Before you get on the rocket, just to make sure that all their fucking toilet receptacles are empty, because that will cost that much more fuel getting you into orbit. It's so much more, yeah. This is why having a moon base would be super useful. Do you think they make you jerk off too? Bruh, empty the fucking balls before you get up.
It's like, hey, you gotta bust like 5 nuts before you, get up on this fucking, space station and then get up into space. We don't want you having like we don't want you having some extra seed in there,
They have a bunch of like NASA fluffers furiously jerking you off while you're making yourself throw up and shit and piss at the same time.
Oh my god!
You just go up there like gaunt, 20 pounds lighter.
And what's really cool is that the two can combine together and function as one single arm. This comes pretty close to matching the capabilities of the 17-meter-long Canadarm2 on the ISS, and in a lot of ways, the dual-arm system of the Tiangong is much more useful. The 15-meter arm was used in a recent spacewalk in mid-November, where the
women already blood for
Just for comparison, the fuel ratio.
That's another one.
Ratio taking off from Earth to orbit. The fuel ratio, like how many pounds of fuel you need, 8 pounds of rocket fuel to get every 1 pound of thing into low Earth orbit. So for every guy, which is 200 pounds, that's fucking 1,600 pounds of it's a lot, But from the moon,
fucking
it's
ridiculous
about a
shitload.
1-to-1 ratio. To leave the surface of the moon, the weight of fuel is about 50% the total weight, which is like ridiculously efficient in comparison. Another cool thing about a moon base is that you could have
we can also
Wi-Fi there.
That's funny enough, kind of true. Also, what is possible is you can break down the hydrogen, like the ice in the water that's on the surface and on the inside of the moon, where you can essentially use that as an ability to break that down into hydrogen fuel and oxygen to breathe potentially as well.
You could also beam energy there pretty easily, right? That's a real technology. When they beam like light, you could like have a laser. The moon's close enough that you could probably do that from like that's like a reasonable tech thing, like focusing sun rays or whatever. Or you could just set up some solar panels up there. I mean, it's just about as far from the sun as the Earth is, so you do that.
Actually, it'd be far more efficient because there ain't no weather systems or anything like that on the moon.
And you could
constant sun.
Like how far is the moon? Hold on, wait. Internet speeds from the moon. Using 4 6-inch diameter telescopes to beam pulses of infrared light to a satellite circling the moon, scientists established a solid connection with a speed of 19 megabytes per second down. Bro, you could download Steam games off that.
Dude, fuck yeah.
This is from 2014. This is from 8 years ago.
So honestly, they're probably even better with it now. Dude, that's fucking dope.
Oh, yeah.
Have just a moon colony where people are playing, like, you know, just like fucking owning you in Call of Duty or some shit on the moon.
From the Smithsonian Mag back in 2014, you can now get high-speed internet on the moon. You can watch me. What about the delay? The delay wouldn't be that bad, right?
Not really. It'd be like a second or two.
Speed of light.
I think it's actually like 3 seconds, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Yeah, 240,000 miles is peanuts to the speed of light. 2-second delay? Yeah, that's
2-3 seconds about, yeah.
Just 1 second, you won't be able to play online games. Okay, so you're not going to be playing Valorant or whatever, but you can still have fun.
Installed a series
I mean, it'd be laggy as hell.
of intermodule connection devices, basically a series of handrails that will allow them to easily traverse around the exterior of all 3 modules. As far as the cruise experience...
Oh, it's 19 megabits, not 19 megabytes? Oh, okay, that's a lot slower. But that's still better than a lot of people's internet is today.
Inside the Tiangong, one of the few things that really stands out is all of the footholds that are mounted onto the floor. I don't know if that's a weird thing to pick up on, but we're always used to seeing crews on the ISS just floating around all the time.
Kind of free floating.
The Chinese...
This seems like a really good idea.
It kind of does, because it kind of helps, you know, build a sense of, like, be able to kind of leisure a little bit, but also you can maybe even do a workout, do, like, squats or something with those.
One of the things they do on the ISS is they have floor lights from one side specifically to give the impression of a floor and a ceiling, even though there really isn't.
Yeah.
This feels like a good idea, right? Because humans are not meant to be in 0G and probably never will be. It's probably good for us to simulate
at least some sense, yeah.
Really seem to prefer to keep their feet on the floor, so they are usually strapped in and not just free floating. Whenever you see them posing for group photos, they are always standing up straight. The crew also sleeps straight up.
Another awesome thing on the moon is the helium-3 deposits we can use for easier fusion. Oh yeah, true. The moon has lots of helium-3 because of all of the radiation from the sun bombarding the surface. Unlike Earth, which is protected by a magnetic field, the moon has been bombarded with large quantities of helium-3 by the solar wind. It's thought this isotope could provide safer nuclear energy in a fusion reactor since it's not radioactive and would not produce waste products. Theoretically, you can...
Honestly, it just sounds more and more like, you know, trying to have a moon base legit sounds like a really great, you know, technological and human advancement, at least when it comes to interstellar travel and space exploration. And just like technological advancement here at home, too, on our own planet.
Use the helium-3 on the moon to kickstart like
God, dude. No, I don't want the first church to be built. No, the first church built on the moon, I would personally go there myself to make sure that it's just, like, blown away by, like, some asteroid or some shit.
Of energy. The moon is plenty of ice. Yeah, you can make fuel there. God, can you imagine having the moon as a refueling base? Anytime you needed fuel, rather than the 8-to-1 fuel ratio of Earth, you would have the 1-to-1 that
I was talking about this earlier.
You could use from the moon to maintain, like, orbital ship. That'd be really cool. Why haven't we colonized the moon? Well...
Because we suck as a species, and our government sucks, and it's only now recently that China's starting to take a really major interest in it.
It's pretty expensive. I thought that was a made-up plot point.
And we basically just let rich billionaire fucks, you know, use it as their little playground instead of actual, like, scientific progression. So, there's also that.
Sky? No, it's a real thing. I know helium-3 is rare on Earth, but this doesn't seem cost-effective. Oh, no. Trust me. If they could establish helium-3 mining on the moon, the people in charge of that would become some of the wealthiest humans in history.
Which is probably the reason why Musk and Bezos and whoever the Virgin Galactic fuck is, you know, they're probably all gun-ho to want to capitalize on that.
Helium-3 would be the bedrock of, like, anybody with their finger on the...
Doesn't necessarily have to be a Christian church.
Fusion energy development.
But, yeah.
Being one of the most powerful...
I mean, I hope so, though. I hope you're right.
It would be an unimaginable... Yeah. Incomparable to anything on Earth at any point in history. I don't think anything even compares. Moon money. And yeah, this was just a couple months ago. China has returned helium-3 from the moon, opening the door to future technology. This was a huge deal. Their Chang'e 5 mission has returned a new mineral from the lunar surface.
Dude, fuck yeah.
called mineral Chengisite. The mineral was described as the Chinese claim the new mineral contains helium-3, an isotope that many scientists have touted as a potential fuel for future fusion reactors. The crystal mineral was exceedingly tiny, about 1/10 the size of a human hair. The new mineral is of intense interest to lunar geologists. Interesting. Chengisite. So they're calling it Chengisite because of the
Chengisite now?
mission? That's cool. Finder's naming rights, right? Here. Chengisite Y. With the chemical formula... Wow, I don't know how to read this. Is a mineral found forming colorless, transparent columnar crystals and basalt particles on the moon. Chengisite Y is a member of the mirrolite group of phosphate minerals.
Hmm.
Well, that's cool.
That's
a
pretty
little
dope,
bit beyond
yeah.
me, though. A little bit beyond my pay grade. Here's why Chengisite Y could fuel a gold rush for lunar mining. Its chemical
Capitalism in space.
composition.
Oh, so awesome.
A heavier isotope of
I mean, it sounds cool, but I'm also thinking about that, and I'm just like, oh god.
that exists naturally within the Earth's crust.
That's
but
just
now
gonna be
becomes
great.
exceedingly
Like,
rare.
private military, like, space, like, laser battles maybe can have... Oh my god, yeah. Dystopian future is so great.
No. So, this is my very limited understanding of fusion.
Amazon
The
Lunar...
basic idea-
Amazon Lunar Resource Corporation. Yeah, they would just call it, like, Lunar. It's like, Lunar, an Amazon affiliate corporation.
That scientists want to use a laser that fires particles to hit other particles. You have a target particle and the one you're firing. And the technology to fire these particles is really complicated because you need to fire them very accurately and also at like a third the speed of light. you have to accelerate these particles to like relativistic speeds basically. In order for them to let me do the simplify, okay? So you have to sling them along real quick, okay? And the thing is that different isotopes of this same element or mineral can have wildly different properties when it comes to how easily you can shoot that shit through a particle accelerator. And the thing is with helium-3 is that it's basically like gold. Like it's the right weight. It's non-radioactive. It's ideal. It's not ideal in the sense of like we might find a better solution in the future. It might be ideal like as a physical property of the universe. Like in the same way that if you found a material that was 100% conductive, you would never find anything better than that. Like 100%.
There's a show called Expanse about Solstice colonization. It's cool because the goal is just to be so firm and fair. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like how Dune is a little bit with, like, how humanity is, like, so far away from its own planet that basically it's kind of forgotten where its own home planet even is at, you know, a certain point.
Conductivity is...
I'm actually kind of interested in what that show is. Is it on, like, Netflix or something?
Most conductive anything can be, and helium-3 might be the best fusion reactor starter that you can get, like... as a property of the universe. You know, there might not be a way to...
It's on Amazon, but you can pirate. Yeah, I'll probably pirate then.
Past that. At least not with our current understanding of how fusion reactors would work, I guess. So, that's why it's really valuable. It's basically like... It's the good shit. You know? It's the good shit, I think. Yeah. How viable could moon mining be? Pretty viable, potentially.
Very profitable, obviously.
Drones that, or like... rovers that skim the surface of the moon autonomously and bring back payloads they sift through. I mean, think basically of Dune, except on a smaller scale, and you would kind of get what we're trying to do here, right?
Yeah.
Not to say we could do it like right now or even next year, but it's definitely something that could be done with
the isotopes must flow.
Enough money into it. Yeah, basically just imagine those giant vehicles in Dune that were skimming the surface. For spice, okay? You have this, except at like 1/100th the scale, and they're looking for helium-3 instead of spice, and you've got it, okay?
The helium-3 must flow.
There is kind of a parallel, because spice fuels interstellar travel, and...
Well, I mean, there's more analogies to spice as well, because it's also meant to be oil, too. But yeah.
Helium-3 would fuel everything, so it kind of, you know, it fits.
Yeah, that's an analogy.
They're on the moon, though. How much helium-3 is on the moon? What's worth noting is that helium-3 isn't rare. we just have a magnetosphere.
Dude, if some government built a giant cross from... dude, I would literally want the moon to be blown the fuck up. I would literally want the moon to be blown up. Like, I don't care how much it fucks up Earth. Like, I don't care if it causes, like, the mass catastrophe and collapse of the entire environment on our planet. Dude, I would want the moon to be literally blown the fuck up.
It's rare to us. It's rare for us. But it's not rare universally. It's been estimated there are
Because of how the moon's sacred is. Dude, well, basically it would just literally be the... It's like some weird rich religious zealot bastard just like builds a goddamn cross on the moon or some shit, you know, for everyone to see from Earth. And just causes like the collapse of humanity and civilization and the environment and shit because the moon gets blown up. Watch a giant hand shoot out of the moon and break the cross. Dude, that'd be awesome.
0.1 million metric tons of helium-3 on the surface of the moon down to a depth of a few meters. That's pretty cool. You don't need that much helium-3 to do fusion, after all. I mean, you don't need... It's not like oil, you know? You don't, like, get a gallon of helium-3. Yeah, it's all over the place. What happens when we run out? Well, ideally, yeah, the moons of Jupiter have a ton of it, too. And keep in mind that the energy contained within even a tenth of this, helium-3, if you could use it for fusion, this would be enough energy to catapult humanity into entire another fucking tier civilizationally. Like, the energy just here on the surface of the moon, if used properly in fusion, assuming fusion tech...
There's actually an analog course called Channelator 58. What is an eldritch abomination living on the moon? What if there is, like, some sort of, like, space creature that's living on the moon that's able to self-sustain without the need of, like, you know, like some other lively form that exists and shit that could survive in space?
Worked out.
Dun dun dun!
Isn't helium inert? Yes, it's non-radioactive. You could do a lot with that. It's the energy potential of fusion. I mean, you're literally making a star.
And literally, like an egg?
The only place
like an egg. Ooh.
In the universe that fusion happens.
Oil on the moon from ancient bacteria.
We're making a star on the planet. We already have.
Don't tell America that.
Fusion. It just hasn't been energy efficient yet. We're getting there. There are other planetary bodies with a lot of it. Is there helium-3 on Jupiter? One earlier estimate. Helium-3, helium-4. How much?
Imagine just trying to establish some sort of, like, orbital body that's collecting, like, helium-3 on fucking Jupiter, bro.
Would it take to power the U.S.? Scientists estimate that 25 tons of helium-3 could power the United States for a single year. This amount of helium-3 could be transported from the moon to the Earth in a ship the size of the recently retired space shuttle.
Damn.
So, yeah.
Just start getting space shuttles, you know, back in action and, you know, modernize the space shuttle. Dude.
This would be enough for the planet for a long time, even a portion of it. But there's more. Where can we find helium-3? Not just on the moon, but there are other places. Lunar surface, terrestrial abundance. What about other places? Extraterrestrial. Here we go. Last thing, then we finish the video. Sorry about the delay. Materials on the moon's surface contain helium-3 at concentrations between 1.4 and 15 parts per billion in sunlit areas. Fusion. Gas giants. Mining gas giants for helium-3 has been proposed. The British Interplanetary Society's...
How in the fuck do you even do that? Like, we're gonna set up a mine, you know, on Jupiter. It's like... we know, like, how insane the winds are on Jupiter. Like, they're literally thousands of miles an hour. Like, they're insane.
Project Daedalus, great name. Interstellar probe design was fueled by helium-3 mines in the atmosphere of Jupiter.
How do you do that?
For example. On Jupiter, does it have a compositional breakdown involving...
Start lifting, but for gas giants instead of stars. How in the fuck
Jupiter's upper atmosphere is 10% helium by volume. What about helium-3? Huh? Nah. It's okay. There's a lot of it out there. How rare is helium-3? I've read about this. It's a stable isotope.
Google stellar lifting.
Unexplained abundance of rare nuclear fusion.
It's too complicated to explain. Oh god. Alright, hold on. I'll look it up real quick then. I'll just put the screen down real quick. Oh boy. I feel like I'm not even going to be able to get it quite yet, just like looking at it. So, I don't know. Here, we'll look. Stellar lifting. Yeah. Okay, star lifting. It's a hypothetical process in which a sufficiently advanced civilization, Carter Shift 2 or higher, can remove substantial portion of a star's matter, which they can be repurposed while also optimize star. Well, how? Yeah, methods. Thermal driven outflow, huh? Increase the rate of solar wind outflow by directly heating small regions of the star's atmosphere. Local 58 was the name of the horror channel. Ah, okay. Directly heating small regions of the star's atmosphere using a number of different means to deliver energy such as microwave beams, lasers, or particle beams, whatever proved to be most sufficient for the energy for the system. The Huff and Puff? That's literally the name of one of these. Modification of solar polar jet system, which the magnetic jet will be used to increase solar wind outflow to, oh my god, okay, yeah, I mean. Harvesting lifted mass. Okay, yeah, this is definitely some shit that I'm not 100%, you know, gonna be able to understand.
Helium,
or at least not right now.
Source of limitless energy, maybe 10 times
good little horror
short than previously thought. Well, that's
like
cool. If helium-3 is so good, why isn't there a helium-4? There is, actually. This ratio is about 1 to 10,000, or 100 parts of helium-3 per million parts of... Whoa, wait, really? Wait, Jupiter's upper atmosphere has 100 parts per million of helium-3? That's a fuck ton. That's an infinite amount.
That's a shitload, yeah. Damn.
100 parts per million? That's infinite helium-3. Jupiter? Off the helium-3 Wikipedia, yes. Did I just miss that? Oh my god, that's infinite. That's literally infinite. This is infinite. Ratio about 1 to 10,000.
Just basically just like mine Jupiter.
Million parts of helium-4. Roughly the same ratio of isotopes in lunar regolith, which can terrestrials. God damn. Jupiter's escape velocity, though. Oh no, that's a far future thing. You know, it's a far future thing. Just wild. Lammoz, thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate it.
Still, if it's possible, I'll be unlucky. Yeah. Especially for trying to get some of that shit off of Jupiter's atmosphere. Like, that sounds a little like sci-fi-ish a little bit, I will admit. Though, I mean, I could probably see maybe a possibility of, like, having something near orbit that could probably, like, have probes that can go near the surface of its, like, you know, edge of the atmosphere and maybe, like... absorb. I don't know. Like, there could possibly be a way to do it. It may draw us towards it, but draws them towards us as well. Yeah. And at the same time, it has a super strong gravitational pull as well. Which, I mean, honestly, it does draw a lot of the big ones that should go away, you know, away from us, luckily. So, it does help us out. Sometimes.
Random curious question, what are your top 3 favorite animals? Probably the ones I own, right? Cats, crested geckos, and leopard geckos. Because I have them, you know? They're cute. Oh, I had leopard geckos. The ones we had.
Yeah, it's a bunch of geckos. I didn't even know that.
The economics of mining Jupiter, though? Well, maybe Jupiter's moons would have it. I mean, if Jupiter has a lot of helium-3, it makes sense they might have some as well. At least it makes sense to me. Anyway, I'm sorry. Thank you very much for the $50. I really appreciate that. Here, come on, let's finish this video. We've it's a good stunt block. It's a good stunt.
Up and down in a bag in one of 6 bunk areas. They're like a little alcove with a curtain that gives each person their own living quarters.
That's pretty cool.
There are 3 quarters in the core module and 3 more in the Wentian module. The standard crew count for the station will be 3 people, but that does expand to 6 for a few days during crew handover periods. Life has so far looked pretty comfortable for Tiangong crews. They are growing fresh lettuce and vegetables on board, and they get...
Oh, that's cute.
That's pretty cool.
...supplies of fresh fruit like apples. Tiangong even has the first space microwave. Allen's aerospace microwave oven was developed in China over a period of 10 years.
Okay, that's actually pretty cool.
Doesn't sound like much, but it is a pretty big deal to have a microwave that's usable in space. The ISS has never had one because the power draw would be too high. They use a food warming machine that adds hot water to their freeze-dried food packets, but it takes like 20 to 30 minutes to heat up.
Damn.
The space microwave on Tiangong can heat up a meal for 3 crew members in just 7 minutes. It had to be specifically designed not just to run on very low power, but also to survive the stress of a launch on the Long March 5B rocket. Working out is also...
Hey, though. I'm waiting for Kerbal 2 to come out, though. When Kerbal 2 comes
Meals,
out, I'm gonna be playing
I
that
guess
shit
so,
for
like
sure.
full-on meals and shit.
really key to health while living in space. Crew members on the ISS have to exercise for at least 2 hours every day. It's important to maintain as much muscle and bone density.
I remember talking about that earlier about like when it came to their bone degradation and shit. Like they need at least a lot of time to do so, and it's at least 2 hours. It looks like.
And regular exercise also helps to prevent fluids from building up in the person's head. The Tiangong has a special treadmill and cycling station for cardio, pretty similar to what we've seen before on the ISS. The newer Chinese equipment is just much smaller and more integrated into the design. And for resistance training, the new Mengtian research module came equipped with a rowing machine. This is a bit different from the resistance machine they use on the ISS. That one allows the crew to perform movements that are really similar to squats and deadlifts with up to 600...
Still prefer main ISS, no national. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Like no national segregation on like stations. So, yeah.
pounds of resistance. I can't imagine any...
No shot your average American would be able to live in space. No,
definitely not.
No.
I couldn't live in space.
Astronauts are literally in peak physical condition. You need to be like
They're like the Chad of Chads, when it comes to like humans. Like they need to be at like the peak form.
Basically a superior human. You have to be like an athlete to even survive in space for a length of time.
You can't have like the raspy shuttiness and like the smokiness of like me, you know what I mean?
Average human could not live in space. I'd be willing to bet most of the people in chat, if they were sent into a zero-G environment, would probably die within a week from like any number of internal problems that would just instantly flare up and kill you.
Very likely.
In the absence of like regular Earth conditions. You need to be trained so much for that.
Astronaut has ever pulled 600 pounds in space before, so the rowing machine is probably a smaller and more efficient way to get very similar muscle activation. Obviously, the main reason that the crew is up there is to do work, conducting research and experiments that will help to further our understanding of life and the universe. With the addition of Mengtian, the Tiangong now has a total of 23 experiment racks on board, with an additional 50 platforms for exposed experiments on the outside of the station. These experimental racks are going to allow them to conduct experiments on ecology and biology in space, fluid physics, combustion, material science, and the effects...
Dude, this is literally the fucking Kerbal Science module. What the fuck?
This is so fucking... That's actually pretty fucking dope, dude. I ain't gonna lie.
I know they've always done experiments in the ISS, but this is literally like, yeah.
I mean, honestly, like, this is why we should be upgrading the ISS, so we can start doing some more shit like this.
From you go in to do...
China's beating us, goddammit.
Remember, the difference between science and fucking around is writing down the process and results. It really is. When you're in space... Dude, do you think that, like, human Earth scientists have answers to questions like, what happens if you grow... a plant in a dirt thing that you spin around a bunch for a while? Do you think they have an answer to that? No, they don't. They have theories. They have ideas. But we need answers.
Answers, damn it.
Of varying gravity. For the external experiments, the Mengtian actually has a specific airlock system that allows the crew to prep and experiment from the inside, and then load it into the airlock, where an automated system will depressurize and send it out to the exterior, where either a robotic arm or a crew member on a spacewalk can collect the experiment and attach it to the surface of the station. And then they can send experiments back inside the Mengtian through the same system. We know that the next addition to the Tiangong station is going to be the Shuqian module, which will be a robotic space telescope that can operate either while docked to the station or independently in orbit near the station. The telescope is still under development, but it is planned to have a 2-meter diameter primary mirror with a field of view around 300 times wider than the Hubble Space Telescope and use a 2.5 gigapixel camera. That's the equivalent of 2,500 megapixels. And it will allow the telescope to image...
How do fish swim without gravity? Dude, I so badly want to see a fish swimming around in a 0G.
Oh my god, watching it like flop around like a fish out of water, but it's just like somehow like, dude, that... You know, dude, you know, that is interesting. They should have like some like tank, you know, of water where they, yeah.
Aquarium. Holy
They should have an
shit.
aquarium in space just as...
I can't even fathom, because it feels like they're already doing 0G shit, because they're floating in water. Like,
in a way, yeah, right?
Fish will swim.
I mean, obviously there's gravity and pressure and shit, but like... Dude, now I want to know, now I want to know. I want to know this now. Like, put a fish in space, like in some, like, you know, in an aquarium, right? Like in one of these modules or some shit, and see what happens with the fish. Like, what's the differences, you know, because, like, they're already kind of, like, I mean, obviously gravity still takes an effect on them, but, like, they're already kind of doing, like, some zero-G shit a little bit, though. I mean, not literally, but, like, I mean, kinda, almost. I mean, they're in water. I mean, so that's how they're able to, like, move around and shit. So if you put them in, like, you know, the same thing, but it's just 0G, but, you know, it's like, would it be the same thing? Would they just be kind of swimming around in a 0G aquarium, you know, just as much as they would in a regular aquarium?
At their density of water, so they're basically weightless anyway. They got all weird, we tested it. What? How do fish swim?
Wait, we tested this? Wait.
In 0G. When a fish is taken from water, gravity... Oh, wait. On Earth, when a fish is taken from water, gravity makes its gills clap so they cannot get oxygen. In weightless space, these same fish might easily swim through an atmosphere of 100% humidity, keeping comfortably moist. What?
Huh?
You're saying their gills would stay open and they would just swim through a high humidity 0G atmosphere?
Bruh, you wouldn't even need an aquarium? Just 100% humidity? Bruh. What? What? Okay. My brain is blown. My brain just got blown away with that. Like, yo, what, like... Can I actually hear that again? Like, one more time. Like, it's playing, right? Is it? Are you not going to now? Come on, do it. Is it? Did I somehow break it? What the hell? Come on.
To image.
What? What? You're literally on. How? What? Huh? Okay, well that is odd. During that process, somehow the Bluetooth disconnected. How in the fuck did it do that? Huh? That's what happened. I thought I was going insane. I mean, this thing's charged, so it wasn't that. Okay, whatever. That was a whomp moment. I'm here. Well, I know, like, it wasn't. I know that I saw the stream. It was going on. It was going fine. It was just like I was.
Dude, I so badly want to see a fish swim in water.
Anyway,
their density of water, so they're basically weightless anyway. Gee. He makes its gills clap so they cannot get oxygen. In weightless space, these same fish might easily swim through an atmosphere of 100% humidity, keeping comfortably moist. What? You're saying their gills would stay open and they would just swim through a high humidity 0G atmosphere? What?
Okay, so I'm still blown away by that, though. I mean, because, like, goddamn, son. I mean, that basically just means that fish could potentially, if, like, they were able to be in 100% humidity, just travel through 0G space. Bruh. What the fuck?
This is just an answer to, like, a space stack exchange. I need this to be real, though. I need this to be real. Airfish! They can't move, though? Well, they could move a tiny, tiny bit, right? Oh, we have videos. It turns out the effects of microgravity on Medica aren't much different from our own. The effects just set in much faster. For humans, it takes at least 10 days for the symptoms to show up. But according to a new study, the fish start losing bone density almost immediately upon arriving in orbit.
Ooh.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's bad.
I guess that makes sense because fish tend to withstand higher Gs than humans, right? Because they swim down. Like humans can't. Humans operate at 1 G.
Okay, so let's not put fish in zero gravity space. Let's not do that.
It too a little, but
that sounds actually bad.
Those
sounds
space
horrible.
anglers are still coming for you. Oh shit! Now we know how it works. Fucking space angler fish.
Space angler fish, dude.
These bitches.
In space. Whoa. Okay, I don't know what's going on with that. Just checking the thing out, I guess.
But that's better.
Get back to... Oh, there we go.
A visible image about 40%.
Yeah, most advanced American space program.
Of visible space over 10 years. Beyond that, we already have word that China is considering another expansion to the Tiangong. Commander of the space station system at the China Academy of Space Technology, Wang Xiang, said recently that following the current design, China can still add an extension module to dock with the forward section of the space station, and the extension module can carry a new hub for docking with the subsequent space vehicles. We know that China is still sitting on a backup version of the Tianhe core module. They made two just in case something went wrong with the first launch, so that could be added onto the existing structure to create more of a cross-shaped station.
Attach the ISS. Just make a fucking mega station, just like this Ubeka Dodeka super station. That actually be pretty cool. I'd be in favor of that.
Helpful in opening up possibilities for more international cooperation. As
Let's just take it over.
There will be 9 international research projects arriving at Tiangong next year in 2023.
Well, I guess this is, well, I mean, hey, I mean, there you go. I mean, it's, I guess, you know, becoming a major, you know, like, international space station in itself. I mean, Switzerland, Poland, Germany, India, Russia, Romania, Japan, Norway, France, Netherlands, Peru, Spain, Mexico, Saudi Arabia, Kenya, Italy. So, yeah, there's all sorts of different countries. Yeah.
Involving 16 countries. Notably not the United States.
Noticing that, yeah.
I guess the U.S. would be interested primarily in promoting its own...
space station. Yeah, I mean, I do agree with that.
We banned China from cooperation. What do we do? The Wolf Amendment is a law passed by U.S. Congress in 2011 that prohibits the U.S. National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, from using government funds to engage in direct bilateral cooperation with the Chinese government and China-affiliated organizations.
Gay. Like, unironically cringing gay. Like, that is fucking lame, dude. Well, there's the reason why we don't work with China, and that's the reason why China has their own space station, because we literally are like, go fuck yourself. Like, we're literally are making an amendment because we don't like you. And we're gonna make an amendment to prohibit us from working with you. It's like, wow. So it's not even like, you know, China probably doesn't, like, not want to work with us. They probably do, but we are like, yeah, we're making a law where we're gonna not work with you. It's like, wow. Literally fucking lame as shit. Of course it's America that's at fault for it. Wow.
Really? Without the explicit authorization from the FBI and the U.S. Congress? Okay, so it'll never happen. It has been inserted annually into appropriations bills. Okay, so we keep re-upping it. Okay, it's to avoid technology theft that China is known to do. I feel like...
Well, just do it back at them then, bitch. I don't fucking know. Like, I mean, how are you gonna hold them accountable? Just do it back at them, you know?
There are better things you could do to avoid technology theft than lock us out of cooperation with China, like, period. You know?
I mean,
they do
for
tech
real.
theft, and that's annoying, but okay.
Those are in collaboration with the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs and the European Space Agency. So that's a great start, but with the relatively small size right now of the Tiangong, we're not likely to see very many international crew members.
Star Blaster, we already do that. Like, there's some satellite radio dishes that already do that.
There for a visit. an expansion in the future could change that. Though we definitely won't be seeing any Americans involved with the Tiangong.
Well, okay.
The same Wolf Amendment.
Wow, we were just about to
So wow, even this video's talking about
come
it.
up too. Okay.
That prevents the Chinese from
I'm Medi. I'm not against it. I'm alright with it.
visiting the.
China's entire tech is based on stolen tech. Well, yeah, of course they do that all the time. They do a lot of that industrial espionage shit. It like
They basically are just like Thomas Edison if you were in a country.
whatever. We're fine. Like I guess like who cares? Like,
I mean,
NASA
honestly, at
has
this
some
point,
really cool space shit, so then they steal it and do really cool space shit. Okay, I know like national competition and all that, but yeah, I'm not buying that. Like,
I mean, for real.
International Space Station
Kind of agree with Vosh, honestly.
ways and would prohibit American astronauts from having anything to do with the Chinese station. So that's what life is like up there in the Tiangong. It's definitely a bit of a struggle to piece together because we don't get very much coverage of it from the.
What did Vosh say? He was basically saying that, like, you know, he gets the whole, like, oh yeah, national competition and space program, this and that, but he doesn't really care that, you know, about the whole broader, like, oh yeah, trying to do some, you know, tech thefts because, you know, the Wolf Amendment is basically to try to help stop that. And that basically prohibits NASA from working with, you know, Chinese space stations or Chinese, you know, related space projects, period. And, you know, he's just like, that's lame, you know, just, you know, who cares? Like, I mean, that shouldn't even really be a big deal. Because, like, they steal space shit, you know, from us, then do cool space shit, you know, anyways. So it's like, whatever, you know?
Media, and obviously I don't speak Chinese, as you can tell from the pronunciation. So
this looks so fucking dorky, dude. Holy shit.
It does look dorky.
This looks very dorky.
I mean, it does.
Like,
you stole a lot of our space technology from Germany. Yeah, again, who cares? Yeah, exactly.
Maybe Western media doesn't cover this because we're embarrassed.
China stole spaceship from us, where we stole spaceship from Germany, where they, well, damn.
This is a Rizless space. What is this?
You can tell from the pronunciation, so it can be tricky to decipher the information that is available out there. So hopefully you learned something today, and if we missed anything, let us know down below in the comments.
Well, I bet I kind of learned some shit.
A lot of cool shit.
I definitely learned some shit around there. That's pretty, you know, honestly, kind of a cool video. I don't know what is there a link to the original video? No, I guess not. Pretty cool video, though. I want to comment on here saying, love Vosh talking about space stuff seems like one of the few left online that actually cares to support space flight exploration. I like that. I generally tend to agree with it. You know, that sentiment. It seems because, honestly, you know, Vosh does seem like one of the few that does actually kind of, you know, goes into that type of stuff. At least more so than other channels and shit. Speaks up. Well, honestly, I would argue that a lot of technology should probably just be open source at this point. Vosh and Neocon. No. I mean, I don't necessarily like a lot of his foreign policy takes, which, I mean, some of them I could find kind of like neoconish in nature, I guess, but, I mean, I don't think he literally is one, no. I mean, you called him that once. Well, I think I called one of his takes, you know, like, very neocon-like and shit, you know, at least when it came to, like, the whole, like, Ukraine shit, when that was, like, kind of a bigger issue. But, like, I don't really recall calling him literally a neocon. I just think a lot of his, like, foreign policy takes and shit tend to be pretty American-centric and shit, which a lot of that tends to be, you know, enforced a lot with neocon type of status quo type of positions and shit. I mean, does that mean that someone is inherently neocon for enforcing that shit, or like a neolib? I mean, not necessarily, but I mean, it's like, it's still kind of a consequence of a lot of the imperialistic, you know, American-centric, you know, thinking that, you know, is very ingrained into our culture and shit. It doesn't necessarily make somebody, like, inherently that type of shit. It still makes them, you know, wrong or, you know, a disagreeable position when they hold it, though, nonetheless. The man who's both a neo-Nazi and SJW is same too for real. A white supremacist neo-Nazi, you know, to some people, but a fucking woke scoldy SJW liberal woke groomer, you know, to a bunch of other people, dude. It's like he's literally like everything under the sun to so many people. I mean, honestly, it's why I don't even necessarily, you know, like, hold that much, you know, to political labels. Like, I see the value on them and shit, but, like, you know, and I, you know, have my own, like, political labels, I guess, but, you know, I just don't hold that much, you know, like, weight to it. Because, yeah, like, I mean, you know, for me, for example, I call myself an anarcho-syndicalist a lot, you know, that's, you know, kind of where a lot of my ideology swings around at, but... I mean, you know, it's not really where, like, the true weight of my ideas come, you know, go to and shit, you know, it's not like my little crutch, I mean, in a sense of, like, the word, you know, because a lot of my ideas that I espouse, well, you know, pertain a lot to those ideas and shit, that's how I push that. I don't really care much about, like, what label, you know, like, it's called, like, I mean, whether it was called, like, you know, market hippie socialism or some shit or whatever the fuck else, or, you know, or something else. I mean, if, you know, you know, like, you know, the same exact shit that I was espousing, then fuck it, that's what I'd be too. Which I guess, you know, I kind of am as well anyway. Because I'm also that. I wonder how famous is Vosh, like, how often is he recognized in public? Well, he lives out near in Seattle and shit, so I don't fucking know. But, I mean, if you were to have a I don't know, like, I mean, if you went to, like, a Politicon or some shit, or went to, like, a TwitchCon, or, like, or any con, honestly, they probably get recognized, you know, maybe, I don't know, I mean, I would say he's, recognizable enough to where at least people who are, like, on the online sphere when it comes to, like, politics and streaming and shit like that wouldn't at least have a general idea about who he is, you know, but... As for, like, you know, like, his fans and stuff, I don't know. Just walking around downtown Seattle. Probably not likely. I mean, I'm sure it's happened, but I'm sure it's probably, like, you know, one of those things where it's, like, once every, like, couple months or some shit that it happens. Like, it doesn't seem like it would be, like, a thing that happens all the time. But, I don't know. I don't watch Vosh that often. Like, I check out his shit, I will tune into his streams occasionally, but I'm not, like, the biggest avid viewer of him. I mean, honestly, the one that content creator, well, creators, I guess I should say, that I really do avidly watch is just Deep Fat Fried. I mean, they're the ones I primarily, you know, just check out all the time. And then after that, it would probably be, like, The Human Support and, like, Demon Mama, Vosh, and then, I know Keffels does Twitch streams, but I mainly just watch her YouTube segments and shit like that. And then, at least, like, right now, concurrently. Then Hall occasionally. But at least this is how, you know, like, who my little roster is right now. I guess technically it's not too, because I watch his shit from, like, the different React channels that upload his stuff sometimes. But, thinking about probably getting myself some food here. Got one nice fambos ready to be smoked. Yeah, it's good pretty late. I never remember if I have a day off on Wednesday or if it's Thursdays when my 2-day weekend happens. I hope it's Wednesday, honestly. Sooner than later would be preferable. Anyway, I'll call it good, so peace out, and of course, I shall see you all at that next one.